Back in 2020, at the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, I started a regular conversation with you that came to be popularly known as fellow Ghanaians. It was a time of great fear of the unknown, and the entire world felt at risk. I came into your homes regularly to tell you what the experts were discovering about the virus and what we should do. Now that we have seen the worst of the COVID-19, I can tell you that there were moments during those times when I was distraught. There were moments when I was in despair about the apparent inadequacy of our health facilities. And there were moments when I wondered if the dire predictions made about dead bodies on our streets would truly happen. But I knew that I owed it to all of us that as your president, I had to hold my nerve, show leadership, and take us out of the crisis. With your help and support, and the great mercies of the Almighty, we can say that we emerged from the ravages of the pandemic with one of the lowest mortality rates globally. In fact, Ghana's handling of the pandemic won universal acclaim. We could all see in real time the devastation that was being wreaked on economies during the pandemic. But I doubt that anyone imagined the extent of the damage. Our economy here in Ghana, like many, many others around the globe, was thrown into turmoil. When I said, at the height of the COVID pandemic, that we knew what to do to bring the economy back to life, but not how to bring people back to life, it was not said in jest. We had done it before, and we were on course to doing it again. Ghana's economy grew by a remarkable 5.4% in 2021, signifying a strong recovery from the 0.5% growth recorded the previous year in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, in the last quarter of 2021, our economy grew at 7%, only for the Russian invasion of Ukraine in the first quarter of this year to aggravate the effects of COVID-19 and plunge the global economy to even greater turmoil from which it has not yet recovered. The whole world has been taken aback by the speed with which inflation has eaten away people's incomes. Economies, big and small, have experienced over this year alone the highest rise in cost of living over a generation, the highest rise in government borrowing in over 50 years, the highest rise in inflation for 40 years, the steepest depreciation in their currencies to the US dollar over the last 30 years, the fastest peak in interest rates for over 20 years, and the greatest threat of unemployment in peacetime, with over 100 million people being pushed into extreme poverty. Between the end of 2019 and now, inflation in Ghana has increased by 5-fold, in Togo by 16-fold, by 11-fold in Senegal, and by 7-fold in Côte d'Ivoire. In truth, however, the fact that there are petrol queues in France does not make it more tolerable that the trottoir price from Kassoa to Circle has doubled in the past 1 year. Nor does it make it any more tolerable that the price of cooking oil goes up every other week. It is important to state mentioning the increases in prices worldwide is not meant to belittle the scope of suffering here. but simply to help us put things into some perspective and hopefully learn some useful lessons about how other people are coping. Fellow Ghanaians, this is why I'm back in your homes this evening, to ask for your support as we work together to get our economy back into good shape. In April, after the cabinet retreat of the first quarter, in recognizing the deteriorating macroeconomy, my government announced a 30% cut in budgeted discretionary expenditures and a 30% cut in salaries of the President, Vice President, ministers, deputy ministers, MMDCs, and political office holders, amongst other measures. And since July, when the government took the difficult decision to go to the IMF to seek support, I've been speaking publicly at different fora on the subject of the economic difficulties we face, especially during my recent tours, so far, of 9 regions, and interacting directly with you, the Ghanaian people. It is also true that many of you have felt the need for me to come back to the fellow Ghanaians format that brings us all together. For us in Ghana, our reality is that our economy is in great difficulty. The budget drawn for the 2022 fiscal year, that is this year, has been thrown out of gear, disrupting our balance of payments and debt sustainability, and further exposing the structural weaknesses of our economy. We are in a crisis. I do not exaggerate when I say so. I cannot find an example in history when so many malevolent forces have come together at the same time. But, as we have shown in other circumstances, we should turn this crisis into an opportunity to resolve not just the short-term urgent problems, but the long-term structural problems that continue to bedevil our economy. I urge us all to see the decision to go to the International Monetary Fund in this light. We have gone to the fund to repair in the short term our public finances and restore our balance of payments, whilst we continue to work on the medium to long-term structural changes that are at the heart of our goal of constructing a resilient, robust Ghanaian economy and building a Ghana beyond aid. I'm able to report to you, my fellow Ghanaians, that the negotiations to secure a strong IMF program, which will support the implementation of our post-COVID-19 program for economic growth and additional funding to support the 2023 budget and development program, are at advanced stages and are going well. We're determined to secure these arrangements quickly to bring back confidence and relief to Ghanaians. We're working towards reaching a deal with the IMF by the end of the year. This will give further credence to the measures government is taking to stabilize and grow the economy, as well as shore up our currency. I know that the increasing cost of living is the #1 concern for all of us. It is driven by fast escalating fuel prices at the pumps, which is caused by high crude oil prices on the world market and our depreciated currency. I know that this is putting intolerable pressure on families and businesses. I know that people are being driven to make choices they should not have to make. And I know that it has led to the devaluation of capital of traders and painfully accumulated savings. Furthermore, government is working to secure reliable and regular sources of affordable petroleum products for the Ghanaian market. It is expected that this arrangement, when successful, coupled with a stable currency, will halt the escalation of fuel prices and bring relief to us all. I hear from the market queens also that another factor fueling the high prices is the high margins that some traders are slapping on goods for fear of future higher costs. I say to our traders, we are all in this together. Please, let us be measured in the margins we seek. I have great respect and admiration for the ingenuity and hard work of our traders, especially those that take on the distribution of foodstuffs around the country. And I would hesitate to join in calling them names. I do make a heartfelt appeal that we all keep an eye out for the greater good and not try to make the utmost profits out of the current difficulties. In language that every market woman and indeed every trader in our country understands, let me say that the basic problem we face is that we're not making as much money as we need to spend. And what little money we do make is going to pay for the debts we have contracted to fund the development projects we must have. Not enough of us are paying our taxes. Not enough of us are producing to generate the revenues that we need. Nevertheless, my ambitions for Ghana remain high. All our children should be educated and trained with skills that will enable us to be competitive in the world. We need to close rapidly the infrastructure gap. We need to build a world-class healthcare system. And we need to build confidence in ourselves to make ours the happy and prosperous place it deserves to be. I believe we can and we will find the means to achieve these goals, even if the immediate measures we have to take are painful. At the just-ended cabinet retreat at Peduasi Lodge, my government agreed on the framework for the post-COVID-19 program for economic growth and the IMF support for its implementation, as well as the work being done by the Ministry of Finance in preparation for the 2023 budget. At the retreat, we took some firm decisions that should put us on the path that will take our nation out of the current economic difficulties. Let me try and give you an outline of the main decisions without getting into the technical language that baffles many of us. To restore and sustain debt sustainability, we plan to reduce our total public debt to GDP ratio to some 55% in present value terms by 2028, with the servicing of our external debt pegged at not more than 18% of our annual revenue also by 2028. We're committed to improving the revenue collection effort from the current tax revenue to GDP ratio of 13% to between 18 and 20% to be competitive with our peers in the West African region. The Ghana Revenue Authority is rolling out an extensive set of measures to support the enhanced revenue mobilization. All of us must do our patriotic duty and support the GRA in this exercise. We're aiming to restore and sustain macroeconomic stability within the next 3 to 6 years, with a focus on ensuring debt sustainability, to promote durable and inclusive growth while protecting the poor. We've decided to review the reforms in the energy sector, the capping of statutory funds, implementation of the Exemptions Act, and a new property rate regime. We've also decided to continue with the policy of 30% cut in the salaries of political office holders, including the President, the Vice President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MMDCs, and SOE appointees in 2023, just as we will continue with the 30% cut in discretionary expenditures of ministries, departments, and agencies. My fellow Ghanaians, the success of our efforts at diversifying the structure of the Ghanaian economy from an import-based one to a value-added exporting one is what will, in the long term, help strengthen our economy. We're making some progress with the 1D1F, but our current situation requires that we take some more stringent measures to discourage the importation of goods that we can and do produce here. To this end, we will review the standards required for imports into the country. We will prioritize the imports, as well as review the management of our foreign exchange reserves in relation to imports of products such as rice, poultry, vegetable oil, toothpicks, pasta, fruit juice, bottled water, and ceramic tiles, and others, which with intensified government support and that of the banking sector, can be manufactured and produced in sufficient quantities in Ghana. Government will in May 2023, that is 6 months from now, review the situation. We must, as a matter of urgent national security, reduce our dependence on imported goods and enhance our self-reliance, as demanded by our overarching goal of creating a Ghana beyond aid. Much as we believe in free trade, we must work to ensure that the majority of goods in our shops and marketplaces are those we produce and grow here in Ghana. That is why we have to support our farmers and domestic industries, including those created under the 1D1F initiative, to help reduce our dependence on imports and allow us the opportunity to export more and more of our products and guarantee a stable currency that will present a high level of predictability for citizens and the business community. Exports, not imports, must be our mantra. Accra, after all, hosts the headquarters of the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Fellow Ghanaians, as the French would say, l'argent n'aime pas le bruit. To wit, money does not like noise. Sika mpe dede. Where there's chaos, where there's noise, where there's unrest, you will not find money. If you talk down your money, it will go down. If you allow some unidentifiable person to talk down your money, it will go down. The recent turbulence on the financial markets was caused by low inflows of foreign exchange and was made worse in the last 2 to 3 weeks, in particular, by the activities of speculators and the black market. An anonymous 2-minute audio message on a WhatsApp platform predicting a so-called haircut on government bonds sent all of us into banks and forex bureaus to dump our CDs, and before we knew it, the CD had depreciated even further. All of us can play a part in helping to strengthen the CD by having confidence in the currency and avoiding speculation. Let us keep our CD as the good store of value it is. To those who make it a habit of publishing falsehoods which result in panic in the system, I say to them that the relevant state agencies will act against such persons. Indeed, some steps have been taken to restore order in the foreign exchange markets, and we're already beginning to see some calm returning. We will not relent until order is completely restored. The following actions have been taken thus far. 1. Enhanced supervisory action by the Bank of Ghana in the Forex Bureau markets and the black market to flush out illegal operators, as well as ensuring that those permitted to operate legally abide by the market rules. Already, some Forex bureaus have had their licenses revoked, and this exercise will continue until complete order is restored in the sector. 2. Fresh inflows of dollars are providing liquidity to the foreign exchange market and addressing the pipeline demand. 3. The Bank of Ghana has given its full commitment to the commercial banks to provide liquidity to ensure the wheels of the economy continue to run in a stabilized manner till the IMF program kicks in and the financing assurances expected from other partners also come in. 4. Government is working with the Bank of Ghana and the oil producing and mining companies to introduce a new legal and regulatory framework to ensure that all foreign exchange and from operations in Ghana are initially paid to banks domiciled in Ghana to help boost the domestic foreign exchange market. And 5, the Bank of Ghana will continue and enhance its gold purchase program. I'm confident that these immediate measures, designed to change the structure of our balance of payment flows, sanitize the foreign exchange market to ensure that the banks and Forex Bureau operate along international best practices, together with strengthened supervision, will go a long way to sanitize our foreign exchange market and make it more resilient against external vulnerabilities going forward. Over the course of this week, I've had several fruitful engagements with the Trades Union Congress and Organized Labor, the Ghana Employers Association, the Association of Ghana Industries, the Ghana Association of Banks, the Private Enterprise Federation, the Association of Forex Bureau Operators, the Association of Market Queens and Women, all of whom represent important stakeholders of the Ghanaian economy. They expressed their concerns and proposed solutions on how best to solve our problems. I've been encouraged by the enthusiasm of these interest groups to help government to address these challenges, and I intend to continue these engagements with other groups. I also want to assure all Ghanaians that no individual or institutional investor, including pension funds, in government treasury bills or instruments, will lose their money as a result of our ongoing IMF negotiations. There will be no haircuts. So I urge all of you to ignore the false rumors. Just as in the banking sector cleanup, government ensured that the 4.6 million depositors affected by the exercise did not lose their deposits. And yanum, minim se asnat asetemu ayading. Nanso mo bi ampa ba. Mo koso nya gidie wa ba num. Isishe itumi ma free SHS, any one district, one factory, eba mu no. Isishe eboa ma itumi pam corona yare no free o man mu. Saa so na maban ɛtoto nneɛma yie saa mmerɛ ɛma ahotɔ aba ɔman mu na minim sɛ gyidie no ɛwɔ me mu no ɛkyerɛ sɛ ɛko no ɛyɛ Onyankopɔn ne ko ayɛmɛ laka ni bi ewa si nyeka hyegbe nye ya no ni nye na himo ke yeli ake gbejiano to ni hani free SHS bamiye gbejiano to ni hani this one district one factory bamiye gbejiano to ni hani wonye wo hwe corona hela keshi wo mana miye na kano ni miamlalo bato gbejiano to koni hijole abami ejake miye himo ke yeli ake ta nyumotani. My government has always been cognizant of the importance of implementing policies and social interventions to relieve Ghanaians of hardships. It is for this reason that over the first 5 years in office, the government reduced electricity tariffs cumulatively by 10.9%. We provided free water and electricity as well as reduced tariffs for the entire population during a whole year of the COVID-19 pandemic. We increased the share of the District Assembly's Common Fund to persons with disabilities by 50%. We exempted Kayaye from market tolls. We expanded the LEAP by 150,000 beneficiaries. We expanded school feeding from 1.6 million children to 2.1 million children. We restored teacher and nursing training allowances. We absorbed the cost of BC and WACC exam registrations for parents. No guarantor is now required to obtain student loans. The Ghana card is sufficient. And we have implemented free TVET as well as free senior high school education. It is obvious, fellow Ghanaians, that you have a government that cares. We are determined to restore stability to the economy and provide relief. All of us are in this together and asking for your support to rescue Ghana from the throes of this economic crisis. I have total confidence on our ability to work our way out of our current difficulties. We are not afraid of hard work. We will triumph, as we have triumphed many times before. Let us unite and rally around our republic, its institutions and its democratic values, and insist that under God we will emerge victorious from our current difficulties. For this too shall pass, as the battle is the Lord's. I'll be coming regularly to keep you updated about the measures your government is making to move our country forward and tackle our economic challenges. God bless us all and our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. And thank you for your attention and have a good evening.
Expressing what you indicated was going to be a ruling which you characterized as an informed ruling Speaker, you have sent us on a very labyrinthine, tortuous and torturous journey. And clearly, I must state that I didn't know where you're taking this house. Mr. Speaker, by way of conclusion, you said the House should go through the recommendations of the committee in order to make a determination. I refer you to what you said earlier, that the House will not go through.
Honorable the Majority Leader, my ruling is not subject to debate. You can say you disagree with me.
Yes.
And you know what to do. Simple. You cannot go and be quoting my ruling and trying to state your position on that. That definitely is not allowed by our rules.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have read your ruling, which I consider very...
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yes, you will not listen to me. You will not listen to me. I've got the patience to listen to you. You must also listen to me. Mr. Speaker, you have made a ruling which I totally disagree with. I totally disagree with. I think it doesn't sit with the Constitution, and we must be able to
Honorable members, the Majority Leader is entitled to totally disagree with me. So allow him to say it, and then he knows what to do. So yes, go on.
Precisely. That's because I know what to do. And I'm expressing my discomfort with this unfortunate ruling that you have made. I totally disagree. I think it doesn't sit with the Constitution and with your own earlier statement that you made in this House relating to this same thing. Very inconsistent. To that extent, Mr. Speaker, I'm serving notice. We know what to do. We come with a substantive motion to challenge your ruling, which I find very obsequious. Very obsequious. And it doesn't sit in this House. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader, as I stated earlier on, you are totally entitled to disagree with me. But to describe my ruling as unfortunate is a choice of word that by our rules. Read Order 93. Read Order 93. The fact that you disagree with me does not mean that your disagreement is sacrosanct. I will never use the words unfortunate on your disagreement. I believe that that word offends against the Order 93, and I'll ask you to withdraw that word and apologize to me.
Mr. Speaker, is it the first time the word unfortunate has been used? Or you want to reset the rules of this House? When I say that this statement is unfortunate, that is offensive. The greatest respect, Mr. Speaker, I want you to indicate to me in the context what is offensive about saying that your ruling I find unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, on almost daily basis, this word has been used in this house? Or is it the case you want to reset the rules of this house? The Speaker, I am not angelic. If you tell me that in the context of usage, I find it maybe unparliamentary and I have to withdraw, I will. But I don't find it, and so I don't find it unparliamentary. But I'm in your hands. I want to listen further to you.
Majority Leader, thank you so much. You recall when you were Minority Leader, you were Majority Leader, and your deputy was Honorable Dominic Nitiwu. I was Minority Leader, and I used the word, I was Majority Leader, you were Minority Leader. I used the word, you don't understand, in trying to explain a matter, and your deputy objected to my choice of the word, you don't understand. That meant it was an insult to your intelligence. The Right Honorable Do Ajahu, who was presiding, called on me to withdraw that and apologize, and I did. I'm sure you recollect that because you have a sharp memory.
The Speaker, words have meanings in the context of usage. That's why I'm urging you, in the context of usage, what is unparliamentary about me saying that your ruling I find unfortunate?
I only decided to engage with you and give you this latitude because you have been with me for a long time. And when I was leader in 2001, I think you were a deputy whip. And I went around the whole world with you, always leading you. I expected that now that you have learned so much, you are entitled to always disagree and argue with me. But I'm still older than you. And you always remain my friend until doomsday. Whether you agree or disagree with me, whether you are fighting me or not, you will still remain my friend.
Another beautiful day and welcome to GhanaWeb TV. Our guest today is a politician and an economic expert. He hardly shows that side of him. Today with me is Dr. Peter Boama Otokunor. Did I get it right?
You got it, sir.
He's currently the Deputy General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress and he's aspiring to be the General Secretary. Mr. Otokunor, sorry, Doctor,
You know, you are pardoned.
Why General Secretary position?
Well, you know, the party has gotten to a point where they need certain kind of leader. You know, as the saying goes, circumstances produces their kind of leaders. The situation as it stands now, the need for political power and the rescue of this country from the incompetent and clueless hands of Akufo-Addo, demands that the NDC gets certain kind of results-driven leadership. And that kind of results-driven leadership, I believe, is what I possess. The people are clamoring for this leadership and clamoring for my leadership in particular in the NDC because they believe that Dr. Peter Otokunor presents leadership of courage, fearlessness, boldness, leadership that, you know, achieves results, leadership that understands the rudiments of winning elections, leadership that understands the rudiments of managing a political party, a leadership that is accessible, a leadership that shares the aspiration and the ideals and values of the people. And you see them call me a grassroots man, the people's general. It's all because I know their worries, I know their sentiments, I know their difficulties, I share it with them, and I'm with them on the ground. And because of the connectivity that lies between us, that makes it easy for them to push for my kind of leadership. And you see, the thing about general secretaryship also is that you want to win political power, you will need to first of all consolidate your party. You will need to excite the base of the party. You will need to get the grassroots well mobilized for that movement. Then whilst you have done that, as an efficient general secretary, you will need to also look at how you are able to pair your stature, your knowledge and abilities, attract various sections of society. So you will need to cut across. And as you are already aware, I cut across the middle class, the academia. I'm a young person. I mean, I attract the youth who are going to be the mainstay and the main deciders of the 2024 elections. I believe that, I mean, this is, you know, a divine timing, a divine establishment that I take this position at this time, particularly when I appear to be the one with the most experience in that office and understand the nuances of that office, particularly having studied under General Mosquito and having worked with him directly and gotten impacted by him. And coupled with my other experiences that I've had in the past before I even became a Deputy General Secretary. What are you doing different from being a General Deputy to a General Secretary? Well, the difference is in the name of the position. When you are a Deputy General Secretary, you're a Deputy General Secretary. Yes, according to our Constitution, you are to assist the General Secretary. And when they say assistance, it means that you have to assist. You must offer assistance. You should be there to do things on behalf of the General Secretary. But when you are the General Secretary, you are in charge. You lead the battle. Doesn't mean you didn't play a major role as Deputy Secretary? On the contrary, I did a lot as a Deputy General Secretary. For some reason and by some divine grace, I think that General gave me a huge opportunity to serve, unlimited opportunity, to serve the party in so many respects that ordinarily you wouldn't have a Deputy General Secretary do. And that opportunity also afforded me, you know, another opportunity of learning and building my capacity for the office. Before that, I was Deputy Director of Research. And before that, I was a member of the Elections Directorate. My work is there for everybody to see. You realize that the NDC has embarked on a huge revolutionary, you know, a program, you know, in our party management. We have developed a comprehensive MIS system that is managing our party. You know, I mean, we've introduced a new financial management system that has all our payments going electronic and all that. You've seen that our processes for nominations and all that have changed. The kind of chaos that visited our processes in the past, it's not, you know, there now. And all through, most importantly, my ingenuity and, the opportunity that was offered by my boss to lead those things and get those things done. So, I mean, that has become a springboard for a bigger vision of growing a party that is robust and formidable.
You have a very big legacy, and your work as a deputy secretary can be seen, especially with the school. But is this what you think puts you ahead of your contenders? That's PPKT and LPC3?
If legacy means anything, if efficiency means anything, if results means anything, then that is what puts me above them. Because I've shown that I can do a great job as a general secretary. And I have said, for example, certainly. I have said, for example, that if anybody goes to school to learn journalism like you have done, you become a journalist. If anybody goes to learn any trade like carpentry, becomes a carpenter. If anybody goes to learn any trade like a mason, you become a mason. You understand? And if you go to apprenticeship to learn general secretary, what do you become?
You have been a former MP aspirant at the constituency level at Abrukuma Central.
Yeah.
Means you had ambition in that regard. Have you given up on that?
Oh, well, you see, every good leader is a product of the people. And at the time, the people wanted me in Abrukuma Central. And I gave it a shot. But I think now the people want me as the General Secretary of the NDC. And that is why I'm offering it a shot.
Let's go for a break. We'll be back shortly.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Welcome back from the short break. We've been speaking to Dr. Peter Boama Otokunor, who is aspiring to be the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. Many believe you have a doctorate in agricultural economics, and you, with your expertise, we expect that you want to go into other sections, especially when we are facing economic crisis. Your expertise will be needed. Why don't you wait for some appointments rather than contest the general secretary elections?
And that is where people get it completely wrong, because every government is a product of the party. And whatever government program there is, when the party is in government, is a product of the party's work. We produce the manifesto documents. Governments do not produce the manifesto document. You need a general secretary who understands policy in detail to lead the preparation of a manifesto. In actual fact, manifestos are prepared under the hand of the general secretary. So if you don't have a general secretary who really understands policy, whatever you put out there will not be responsive to the needs of the people. Bear in mind that the party runs on an ideology. We are social democrats, and the understanding of social democracy and what it means and its reflection in our policies and programs is very key to the survival of both the party and the government. And that is exactly what I do. When it comes to the understanding of the philosophy, if there is any new generation politician in the NDC who really understands what we stand for and even teaches that, then it's me. And so that knowledge, coupled with my knowledge in policy, both economic policy, rural development policy, even youth development policy, and agriculture, it positions me in a stead that allows me for efficient contribution and offloading, or if you want, downloading of my expertise to the party, even more than taking a ministerial position. Because taking a ministerial position restricts you in knowledge. But if you look at Dr. Peter Boama Otokunor, I'm a versatile person. I cut across various sectors. And that is one gift that God gave me. God made me a multitasker, so I'm able to do a lot of things at the same time. And still get very efficient at all of them. If you look at the manifesto we prepared in 2016, for example, and you look at the manifesto we did in 2020, and you see how it was touted as one of the best manifestos ever done. And those manifestos also had my significant, contribution. That tells you that I am better off becoming a general secretary, and Ghana will benefit more from me as a general secretary than even a minister of any ministry.
Many see you to be the youngest secretary too, or youngest aspiring general secretary. I think it has served for a very long time. We had even in the other party where we had Sir John, the late Sir John. Don't you feel it's a big tax for you? With many who say, even though you chaired in many boards and you've made certain decisions for the party, don't you think you are young?
The history of leadership is a history for young people. Great leaders who have made history from the days of Adam have been young people. I mean, one of the greatest leaders ever lived on earth is Jesus Christ. In fact, he led this world as a young person. In this party, the party was actually formed and led by a 33-year-old who led a revolution in 1981 and became a head of state. You understand? Yes. And if you look at the history of the PNDC and the NDC, in actual fact, all those people who led the party and made the party to become what it is were all young people. You had the PV Obians, the Totobi Kwachis, the Nana Tudas, who were 23, 24, 25, 26 years old, who coupled with the leader himself, Sly Letton and Rollins, who was around 33 years old. And if you look at all these young people, they made great strides. The legacy, Ghana, the Ghana legacy as it stands now, cannot be mentioned without Rollins. In actual fact, Rollins has become the founder of modern Ghana, after the independence. So you cannot overemphasize the role of the young people. And most importantly, let me emphasize that the wisdom of Solomon has nothing to do with the age of Methuselah. You understand? You don't need to be old before you become efficient in leadership. But
it's because of how huge the general
is Ghana huge than France? Your Facebook that you are on, the internet that you are on, the website that you are on, they were all generated by young people. I think that young people must be allowed to grow. Because look at President Akufo-Addo. He is almost 78 or something. You have seen the bizarre performance, the disgraceful performance he and his Bawumia has offered to this country. So age is just a number. It does not signify competence. You understand? Competence is irrespective of age, as it stands now. The NDC even need a youthful general secretary more than ever. I mean, yes,
difference you are bringing on board?
Yes, a lot of difference, because you see, 2024 elections will be determined by the young people of this country. You need somebody who shares their aspirations, their views, and their values to lead them. And you see, young people would also always want their own to lead them, because their own understands them. And so that is most certainly the reason why the NDC must get a young general secretary now. But why? Even our friends who are not even responsive to the young people, they have selected a 38-year-old general secretary. How much will the NDC? And look at the credentials and the experiences and the track record of who has become the general secretary of the NPP, and compare that to me and see whether he comes anywhere near me. He's completely dwarfed. You understand? So this is a time for the young people.
You are aspiring for a position where they have the current general secretary has said that you are hardly even paid. He lives by allowances, and even the allowances, it is asset when it comes.
Guess what? I've been doing that for the past 8 years without pay. It is sacrifice, commitment, and dedication that yields the results, and that is exactly what I've been doing for the past 8 years, and I think I can do it some more. Life is not all about getting paid. As a professional in my various fields, I do a lot of things that provides, financial support. Yeah. You understand? Right. To myself and my family. I'm a farmer. I've been farming for a very long time. I do a lot of consultancies, both business consultancy and agriculture consultancy and so on and so forth. So all those things, I have businesses running on the side, and I've solely lived on these things for a very long time, from the time we were in power, when I resigned from government position. So when you are a politician and you would want to live your life on salary or some allowances, then you should be looked at. because you may end up being somewhat corrupt.
There are rumors an attempt to get you to step back and rally your support.
Oh, no, it's not true.
Should there be an instance like that? Doc, will you step back?
Why should anybody? I've picked nomination.
Oh, we see people even on the D-Day.
No, you are behind time. I am the next General Secretary of the NDC anymore. Don't worry yourself.
On the D-Day, you may have a change of mind. What if there's a better offer?
What is the offer?
To give you a bigger position.
What is the offer? Why they are going to get the NPP to come and bribe me to step down?
No, I've not mentioned bribe. I'm saying you are in a party and
the NPP cannot bribe me with all the money in the world.
So they say, "Oh, Doc, please step aside. Where your
for who?
For Elvis or Fifi, I don't know with anyone, but where your support on it." So
you didn't also hear rumors that they said they should step aside and not contest because
they shouldn't contest against you.
I am contesting the General Secretary of the NDC, and not only contesting the General Secretary of the NDC, I'm the next General Secretary of the NDC, and mark it somewhere. We'll come back to this.
You spoke about buying K for 5 cities. There are complaint times, hard times in recent time. How are you funding your campaign? I know you just said you're a farmer.
I'm using my Ghana card, frankly.
And what has the Ghana card done for you?
I told you that I'm using Ghana card. You don't believe? You don't believe?
I don't believe.
Well, then you will need to contribute because it is the people that are contributing. Those who have confidence in my leadership, and they've been very supportive.
You are very hopeful you win this position, and if you win, there's a heavier tax ahead of you, and
Certainly.
That's winning the 2024 elections.
It is actually because of that tax that I'm contesting the General Secretary. And that is why there is a need for me to win this election by all means. Because you see, the fortunes of the party, I believe, cannot be gambled with. And the 2024 elections serves two purposes, and it must meet two demands. The people of Ghana cannot afford a minute of an MPP government, and the NDC cannot survive a minute of another MPP government. And these two pressing responsibilities and pressing needs is what is driving me to contest the General Secretary. And I believe that my leadership as the next General Secretary of the NDC would be crucially tied to delivering the power. The power 2024 will not be child's play. It will not be a joke. The NPP are not going to allow us to take it easily. It is going to be the last kick of a dying horse. And you know what the last kicks of a dying horse means. The NPP will do anything to hold on to power. Now, that will mean that you will need somebody who is courageous, who is bold and fearless, somebody who is ready to sacrifice it all, somebody who wants to leave a legacy, somebody who is very hungry for power to lead the party. And that is Dr. Peter Otokunor for you.
Right. What's the party's message for 2024? We all hear they said it's going to be bloody, it's going to be this, it's going to be... NDC says they are winning, NPP says yes, we are breaking the eight. What's NDC's message?
I say it's going to be a liberation battle. Because, you see, the people of this country are going through some form of slavery. We are going through another form of colonization from our very own under President Akufo-Addo. And, you know, battle against imperialist tendencies, battle against, you know, colonization, battle against some form of slavery is no joke. You understand? It requires
under NDC.
No, have you suffered this under NDC? Like, would Ghana be here today? What is the similar? You have had your currency depreciate over 15% in 3 days. Have you ever seen one before? From 11 to 12 in 1 week, from 11 to 12 to 13 to 14 to 15, 5 days every day. You go to bed and wake up with a new, you know, horizon on your currency depreciation. You have seen some before. Have you seen the kind of deterioration to the extent that we can't even go to the international market to borrow $1? Have you seen some before? It has never happened. The economy is actually out of control. Nothing is functioning. Nothing, absolutely nothing is functioning. And the way we are going, if we are not careful, later this month, next month, we may not be able to pay salaries. Look, the government is not producing. They are not doing anything. And they are just living luxury. They are living a lie. They've lost touch with reality. The president is saying we are lucky to have him. And he's telling the people that if you want to go and vote NDC, he doesn't care. That is the level of hopelessness that we have reached. The president himself has reached the crescendo of hopelessness. And the people would be what? You know, they have a saying about the snake, that the snake is just a snake because of the head. When you cut it off, the rest is rope. And that is what is happening. The leadership has deteriorated beyond repairs, and it will require all of us to come together. If we don't take, what is the global issue?
Ukraine,
the factor
Russia,
in this
war,
deterioration.
COVID-19, we have, it's everywhere. Dollar to pound is also depreciating, everything. And they've made reference to the fact that yes, they are going to IMF, things will get better. But it is not an event that changes.
You think IMF gets things better? The reason why it is not COVID-19 and Ukraine-Russia war is that before COVID-19 came in, the economy has started slumping. The economy was deteriorating. Actually, COVID-19 saved this economy. We have never had a savior like COVID-19 in the past 60 years of Ghana's history. You know why? We have never had a period, a short period, within which we have had free money of about $6 billion ever in the history of this country. It is COVID-19 that brought that. In actual fact, before COVID-19 came in, this economy was suffering and was struggling with balance of payments. This economy was struggling with, you know, our debt to GDP ratio. Thus, sustainability was a problem. In fact, as of 2019, before COVID-19, our debt portfolio had shot over 200 billion before COVID-19 came in. You understand? COVID-19 brought free money. In fact, since the days of HIPIC, where we had debt forgiveness, we have not had that quantum of money entering one single economy within a period of 1 year. 6 billion. Now, in the at the current rate, he has not accounted. He has refused. No, he has refused to account for. He has refused to account for the money. We have been chasing him for the accounting of the COVID-19 funds.
The minority said they were going to probe further on his breakdown.
We are still waiting for the details, because I recall once the World Bank had to come out and indicate that they didn't give the government $100 million. They had given in excess of about $563 million, and so on and so forth. But having said that, it is important to underscore the point that the kind of deterioration that we are going through is self-inflicted because of the plummeting of our resources by the government. And make no mistake, Ukraine, Russia cannot be the reason why we are struggling, because we are not using Russian currency. We are not using Ukraine currency. In actual fact, our trade currency in Ghana is the dollar, the US dollar. Is US at war? Has Russia invaded US? No. Now, let's look at our import basket. You see, we import a lot of consumables. Most of the consumables that we consume in Ghana, we import them. None of the consumables come from Ukraine and Russia. But we import those consumables from China, from US, from Europe, and South America, and those things. And those people are not at war. Are we the only country that, you know, picks imports from Ukraine and Russia? Go and check the German economy. German picks their gas, their natural gas, from Russia. France picks natural gas from Russia. Most part of Europe picks natural gas from Russia. Natural gas is what drives their economy, because they need to provide heat, they need to provide energy, and it is natural gas that provides it. Russia and Ukraine is at war. Yet those countries are surviving. Those countries have not been downgraded. Those countries have not had the worst currency slump ever in their history, like we are having in Ghana. The factor that they are not mentioning to you, which you know, but maybe you may not also want to mention, is the management factor. The Akufo-Addo factor, the Ofori-Atta factor, the Bawumia factor. That is what is missing. They have not managed the economy well.
That we should expect the worst. It gets worse before it gets better. So we are facing the worst time. It will get better. Christ. He said it.
At what time?
He said it at his
So 2017, 2016, he didn't know that it gets worse before it gets better. When he came to power, he didn't know that there was some 2016, and when it gets worse, it gets better. In 2016, when the IMF were projecting that Ghana will have the fastest growing economy in 2017, they were still slumping us. He was telling us that if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Well, on hindsight, I think it's a statement of fact. And if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you, like he has been exposed. You understand? Right. So I believe that those excuses is like a broken record.
How would your party have done this?
And that shouldn't be entertained. I think that the people of this country should be angry enough. I think we are not angry enough with this government. I'm not inciting anybody, but I think that we are not angry enough. Because you see, the level of hopelessness and insensitivity and unresponsiveness of the government is mind-boggling. And you see, they do not see what is wrong. And look at what is happening to the economy. Look at what is happening to prices. For God's sake, prices of goods and services is 37.2%. And guess what? This is actually the creative one. The actual one is there. The actual one will hit about 60%.
How
you understand?
How would your party have done things any differently if you are in power?
Well, we have done it before. You have seen how we did it differently. We see governance is a serious business, and it requires serious minds. It requires a visionary leader.
So you say everybody.
Governance is not firefighting. Governance is thinking and anticipating the problems before they happen. And that is why President Mahama, when he was in government, was looking at how we would solve our currency problems even before it starts. Our agriculture revitalization program, which got us to start the broiler revitalization program, reduce the broiler importation or chicken importation by almost 60%, rice importation by 50%, and all those things was a way of domesticating our resources and reducing the pressure we put on our foreign exchange. Guess what? We had one of the worst crises under President Mahama, when there was total commodity price slump, where we were getting gold prices at the lowest in the history of the world. Cocoa prices lowest, cashew prices, oil prices the lowest. And guess what? We were relying on our production. Those times production was very high in cocoa, producing over 1 million tons of cocoa, producing oil. We were producing gold at large quantities. Yet we were not getting the foreign exchange. You understand? Right. Now on the flip side, fast forward, for the past 6 years, the commodity prices are doing exceedingly well. I mean, the commodity prices are top of range now, but you are producing little cocoa. All the cocoa farms have been turned to galamsey sites. The cashew galamsey sites, even the galamsey sites and the gold that they are mining, you don't have control. So because of the way you are doing things, they are smuggling the gold to neighboring countries, and the neighboring countries are benefiting. So you are not taking advantage of the price, increases on the international market, and the economy is suffering. What is getting the currency to slump like this in this short time, and it has gone out of control, is that we have depleted our international reserves. Now our international reserves will not even reach one day. And so you see, this government is trying every means to get some money in, and it's not working. And guess what? IMF is not going to save Ghana. You know the reason why IMF is not going to save Ghana? You are looking for a $3 billion, facility from IMF. Yeah. IMF will not carry $3 billion into your government.
They will give it in phases.
Yes, they would. They may give you a 3 years program or a 5 years program, and $1 million in a year. Sorry, $1 billion in a year for a government that is having debt responsibility of about $3 billion a year. You can imagine what is going to happen. Your total revenue and your interest payments is about almost 80%. All your revenue that you are collecting from your local sources, including your so-called e-levy, you are using about 80% to pay your debt responsibilities, your interest payments, and about 20%, and all that goes into the other things, including emoluments. So the government is running on steroids. The economy is actually in coma.
Where will NDC start to solve this solution?
Nimatu, you see, we need to be realistic at this point. And that is what hurts some of us. The economy is in coma. Complete coma.
We know. Look, we feel the impact daily. But we are asking.
But why? That is why you voted. When they were saying 4 more for Nana, 4 more for Nana, 4 more to do more. Now it has become 4 more to do less. Even we have not finished 2 years for Nana, and we are all dead. How are we going to survive to the next 4 years? That's why I'm saying that, look, we need to be angry enough in this country. The youth of this country needs to be angry enough. The people of this country needs to be angry enough. We must demand the right answers to the questions. We gave President Akufo-Addo the power. It is within our right and authority to demand answers.
Is there going to be any some violence?
Do or die it will certainly be, because we cannot afford to stand a minute of this kind of incompetent, inept, clueless government.
So what exactly
and most importantly and particularly so, on behalf of the people of this country, we cannot tolerate the continuance of this government. And so whatever it would take to win political power in 2024, we are going to do that together with the people of this country to make sure that we change government and bring a government that is responsive and sensitive to the plights and needs of the people. And that's what the people are calling for. But, we don't expect that President Akufo-Addo will be recalcitrant in 2024.
So what steps have you taken rather than...
Wait. We don't expect that he will do that. But should the NPP and President Akufo-Addo and his gang of, corrupt government decide that they want to take the law into their own hands and do what they did in 2020 in the 2024 elections, I am sure it's going to be a very bad time for them. You have seen what happened in Sri Lanka when the youth entered the seat of government. The president had to boot out. That is the power of the people. Never ever underestimate the power of the people. It is part of the power of the people that has been given to the president. And you know how powerful the president is. So it is part of our power. We have just taken a bit, just a small bit, and given to President Akufo-Addo. So don't underestimate the power of the people. When the people rise and they want the right thing to be done, it can be like a consuming fire. In Nigeria, they call it akrika, consuming fire. You understand? Right. So I know that President Akufo-Addo have seen the signs. The national security reports are indicative that the youth have become a national security threat. The hopelessness of the young people of the country has become a national security threat. And I know that he is aware. Whatever happened just recently with his hooting in Kumasi and hooting at the global...
He didn't hear it.
The hooting in Kumasi and the hooting at the global whatever event.
Global festival.
Festival event. It's ample testimony. The majority leader, Osechi Mensah-Bonsu, was hooted out and chased out from his constituency. Right. Most of their MPs have been chased out with cutlasses and clubs. Right. And the president is now being hooted out. We don't know where it's going. They should see the signs. We are saying that the people are hopeless. The people need some hope. The people have some aspirations. The people have some needs. The people want jobs. The people need some betterment of their livelihood. And President Akufo-Addo is saying he's not hearing. He's not hearing. In fact, that is the main reason why when I had to do solidarity message at their conference, I had to send the message there. So that if he's not hearing it anywhere, he will hear it from me on the platform where all of them are gathered. After all, I believe that congregation was the biggest congregation of all of Ghana's problems. So
one of the key roles of a general secretary is building the party. Currently, it is very obvious between even the chairmanship position. We hear this today, we hear that tomorrow. What is there any factions within the NDC? Yet
another reason why I have to be the next general secretary of the NDC.
What difference?
Because I would be the uniting factor. I've always been the uniting factor because I cut across various interests in the party, and I appeal across various interests in the party. But let me also emphasize that there is no factions in the party. There is only one faction, which is the NDC faction. Except that, like every other contest, when it gets to contests like this, it's a battle, it's a struggle. And you know, Karl Marx has said that the history of every society is a history of struggle and conflict. So it is out of the struggle that brings stability, that brings strength, that brings unity and progress. So if the party is a party for stability, unity and progress, then such contests shouldn't divide us. And you see, we get out even more stronger from such contests. And if you know the history of the NDC very well, every time that we have gone for major turbulent times where we have had, offshoots coming out of the party, people breaking away to form their parties. And even that is the time that we win political power. You understand? In 2008, when they formed the NDP, the DFP, we won power. In 2012, when the NDP came, we won power. Most importantly, Dr. Peter Boamo Otokunor is the uniting force, that would bring the party together after the contest. And it boils down to my disposition as well, my personal disposition, and the kind of environment I work within, and the kind of environment I want to work within. You will need to engender that sense of unity and peace around you, such that you know, when you go to contest, whichever faction that comes out of it or whichever interest that plays in the elections, you are able to find a way to bring them together, because winning political power or election victory is also a function of how united the party is.
Did you get a blessing from Asidi Nketia to contest the general secretary position, despite the fact that you worked with him?
Well, I mean, I have the full unalloyed blessing from General Mosquito to contest, and not only him, almost everybody that matters in their party.
What's your relationship with John Mahama?
Exceedingly positive. Exceedingly positive. He's not only my boss and a mentor, but it's like a father to me. So my relationship, in fact, my relationship with almost everybody in the party is very cordial, exceedingly cordial. I don't know whoever in the party will say that I have a problem, from the top to the last person in the party, and most importantly, even the grassroots of the party. They are my people, you understand, because I am with them. I share their pain, I share their difficulties, I know their desires, I know their aspirations, and most importantly, I know what they want from leadership of the party, and that is why I am the best person to represent them as their next general secretary.
If things don't go well, what happens to Dr. Otokunor?
Things will go well. Dr. Otokunor is the next general secretary of the NDC.
Will you be open-minded in your...
You see, there is no way the outcome would be different, but it's also a contest. You don't underestimate your opponent. I have in no way underestimated my opponent. I know I'm the best among them.
But they have more experience than you.
No, they don't have any more experience than me, apart from the number of years that they have acquired on earth. You understand? So I am very optimistic that I'm going to work with all of them. And I would work very well with all of them, because we have had very good working relationship already, and I think we can build on that when I become the General Secretary after December. I am looking forward to having a great working period that would achieve the ultimate objective of winning the 2024 elections with all of them. And I believe that this contest would not generate any kind of rancor for all the positions. The issues about factions and all those things will neither be here nor there after the elections. We'll come back united. As I said, leadership is the factor, is the cause. Everything else is effect. When you offer the right kind of leadership, you would be able to, engender unity after the contest.
We wish you all the best in your endeavor, and we hope that December, God will speak for you. Don't
worry, God has spoken already. It is written. It's a divine establishment, and nobody can change it.
Thanks for having us on our show.
Thanks for having me to Nimatu. Did you carry your Ghana card?
I always have my Ghana card.
Oh, okay.
We've been speaking to Dr. Peter Boama Otokunor, the aspiring General Secretary of the NDC. Thanks for joining us. I am Nimatu Yakubu Atoyese.
The reported assault on a passenger at the Pokwase bus terminal at La Paz, leading to the alleged death of the said passenger, has gone viral on social media with several reactions. We are currently at Pokwase to speak to the eyewitness who reported this incident on social media. So, Ms. Entry, you happen to be on the very bus that this incident occurred on. What time did this happen, and where was the bus headed?
Okay, it happened around 8:30, getting to 9 at La Paz, Pokwase terminal, bus terminal. So we got there, and the mate told us there's an increment in the fare. That's 750 pesos. So we didn't agree. We just boarded the car. So we waited for many people to join. So when the drivers tried to set off, they started an argument with the mate, telling him like they don't understand why they've added 2 CD to the fare. which was formerly 5 cedi 50 pesos, and now they are taking 7 cedi 50 pesos. So the argument that went on for a while. So we got to a place where they decided to drop us. If we are not going to agree to the fare, he decided to drop us. So we complied with him. But there was this man who was telling the mate that he's not going to pay that 7 cedi 50 pesos. His last is 5 cedi 50 pesos. That's what he have on him. So we started the argument. So I paid for me and my brother. So we paid, and many people paid. So he got to that man and he said he's not going to pay. So he turned to a lot of argument, and the driver decided to get back to the station. So he's not taking us to Pokwasi again. So
at that point, where had you got into?
We got to Mount 7, I think Rasta Park. That's where we got to, and the driver turned and took us back to the station. So the argument was still going on with the driver and the passenger, the one who had the knock. So we got back to the station and they told us to get down. So this man decided not to come off the vehicle.
Are they giving you back your money? Those of you who had paid?
They paid us back. And they gave us a different transport. So this man decided not to get down. So the driver attacked the man.
Who attacked who first?
The driver attacked the man who who said he's not going to pay the 7 cedi 50 pesos. So it called for help from other drivers and bus conductors who were available at that moment. And so they had a little misunderstanding. Later on, agreed and stopped the fight. So later on, there's this man from nowhere. I heard he was a bus conductor at that place for some time, and he got his own taxi, and so he was there from nowhere and tried to hit the man. So the moment he hit the man, then he fell. That was all.
So you mean at the point when another person out of nowhere came to hit the man on the head, but then the entire argument was supposed to have died down?
Yeah, it was supposed to have died down, but the man was still like quiet. But no bus conductor or driver was attacking him anymore. So this man from nowhere tried to hit him. So the moment he hit him, the man fell on the ground. That was where he got the scar on the head. And blood started oozing out from the head. That was what happened.
So what was he saying when he fell down? Did he say anything?
He didn't move. He was just lying there still.
And then they rushed him to a hospital, you said?
Yeah, they rushed him to a hospital, which I didn't know. They said they were taking him to the hospital, but I didn't follow up.
How long did it take before he was rushed to the hospital when he was knocked down?
Let's say for about 10 to 15 minutes, yeah. So like people tried to pour water on him if he was going to shake a bit, but he did nothing. He was just lying down.
And from your estimation, he had died?
Yeah, that was what I saw. Because he wasn't moving and there was blood oozing out from the head.
So if you hear some of the drivers saying that he didn't die and that he came back later to pick a car, what will be your reaction?
Okay, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe he could be on the coma. So maybe when later on they took him to the hospital, he could recover or something. So, but for that instance, what I saw, he wasn't moving. So I don't know if later on when they took him to the hospital, like he became a normal or something. And I haven't heard anything about that such source again.
But the guy who knocked him, in that instance, did he stay around? Did you see him around?
He was around. Even the conductors who were there called him. Like they were saying, say, hey, what bonnet we now we can be found on the fan to turn in the fan. That's what they were saying. So he brought his car. He brought his car close and picked him into the car.
So he was the very person that took him to the hospital?
He was the very person, and I think some conductors and drivers who were around, yeah, they helped him, took him to the hospital.
Do you happen to pick his identity or anything?
Okay, the only thing we have now is his car number. That's the only thing we have.
And I'm talking about the incident. So what happened? Did you call the police or you also left or what?
Yeah, at that instant, we were in a hurry to get back home because we stayed out for long and we wanted to come home early. And that was what happened. So we just pick a different car and left. So what happened again? We never saw anything again.
So as it stands now, you don't know if the police have been involved in the case already?
For that one, I don't know. If the police involved, I don't know.
Your final issue. What do you think brought about, we know it is about transportation and all that, but in general, what do you think brought about this issue, and how is it that they were not able to handle the issue?
Okay, like the man started with the fare increment will comply on Monday. So why are they taking the fare that 70 to 50% on that Saturday night? So he said it should be on Monday, but he doesn't understand why they are taking it on Saturday. That was all what brought the argument. Yeah.
You said he kept on raving and ranting even when other passengers. Do you think he was under any influence, say alcohol or something like that?
I'm sure he took in some alcohol. Yeah, I'm sure. Because the way he was talking too much. Everybody kept quiet and he was still quarreling with the mate. He was the only person quarreling with the mate at that instant. Yeah. All right.
It is confirmed that the assault suffered by the unidentified man led to him being carried away in a taxi owned by the very person who punched him. This is according to the eyewitness, Edmond Entry. According to him, from what he saw, the victim must have died as a result of the impact of hitting his head on the pavement from the punch he received. Drivers at the terminal also say that the victim survived and was brought back to the station to board a car to his final destination. There is therefore a conflicting report on what actually happened to the victim in this case. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, George AC.
Welcome and thanks for joining us here on another edition of the GhanaWeb Mundia, a show put together for the purpose of the coverage of the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Today, our conversation will be on the country Qatar. We are going to look at a number of issues, the cost of the World Cup, and then a lot of related issues surrounding the 2022 FIFA World Cup in the Gulf region. My name is Joel Eshen, and welcome to this edition. Today, I'll be joined by two gentlemen, Emmanuel Ayamga, Perez, Ezra Kwao. When I come back from the break, I'll introduce them proper, and then we start the conversation. The show is brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tour, the official traveling agency for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back from the break. It's still GhanaWeb Mundia, a show we've put together for the purpose of the 2022 FIFA World Cup coverage. Once the World Cup starts, we will switch to live commentary. The show is brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tour, the official traveling agency for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. To join me do the discussion for the country Qatar is Emmanuel Ayamga, sports editor for Pulse Ghana. Good afternoon and thanks for joining me here. Then my own boss, Ogorowan Perez Ezra Kwao, sports editor for GhanaWeb. Good afternoon, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here.
It's good to be here.
Today we are looking at the country Qatar. for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. We are looking at the host, the bidding, and then everything that went on to Qatar getting the naming right. And I'll start with you, Perez. Looking at the countries who put in the bid, the United States, Australia, and all that, Qatar finally won the bid.
Well, it was quite a surprising one, you know, when we catch someone. But I think, was it 2010 when the whole bidding thing was done, where Qatar, we all thought it was going to be the US put together the best bid. You had Australia in there, you had other countries that we all felt, in terms of football, in terms of marketing, in terms of all the other factors considered, appealed more as host of the World Cup than Qatar. But for some strange reasons that, you know, the FIFA committee or I think the executive committee decided to choose Qatar. But you have to look at all the work that Qatar did that, you know, brought them here. And you might have issues with them in terms of their moral, you know, their human rights record, in terms of their football record, and a whole lot of other things. But they did a great deal of work by putting together a great amount of work to ensure that they're able to turn heads in the FIFA. They spent as much as $200 million, you know, dollars on lobbying for the World Cup. That's how much they spent. I think Australia was the next. Australia spent $24 million. So you have to look at how much even they lobbied, how much they put into the lobbying compared to Australia. US invested just $5 million into the World Cup. So Qatar, right from the onset, they knew, you know, the buttons to click. They knew who to speak to. I remember, you go back to 2010, one of the CAF, you know, executive committee meetings, they organized the meeting for CAF. They footed the cost of, you know, all those who are going to attend the meeting, everything. And in turn, what they got in turn was that they were the only country that was allowed to pitch their bidding, you know, proposal to CAF. And, you know, CAF, it's in as much as we might not be a powerful blog, we have a lot of influence when it comes to
54 votes.
You know, so if you're able to turn heads within the CAF region, and when you listen to people who follow the thing carefully, Qatar won mainly because of Asia and Africa. Yeah. And that's Qatar played their cards by being able to make sure they penetrated CAF. Then they also looked at a whole lot of things. So there are a whole lot of issues that I'm sure we're going to get into when it comes to human rights and other things. But for all things considered, Qatar, for me, showed that they were ready to host it, and they ended right by investing hugely. They knew the buttons to click, they knew who to speak to. I remember, according to reports, Bin Haman decided to pull out of the 2010 FIFA race because of this. You know, he's a Qatari, and he reached some form of an agreement with Sepp Blatter that, okay, I'm not going to challenge you, because if Asia had gone and he had the money,
yes,
and when it comes to FIFA elections, money counts a lot. If he had
it's not only FIFA, almost every election in the world.
If he had decided to go and fight Blatter would have had only maybe Europe on his side, maybe a little of influence in Africa. But with money, especially in Africa, the guy would have turned the heads. But he decided to step back, all in the interest of Qatar hosting the World Cup. So you have to look at even the kind of the PR that they did, getting the likes of David Beckham, David Trey, all those guys on board. You know, so they've invested hugely. I have my reservations that I feel that in giving the hosting right to Qatar, football once again overlooked the moral aspect of the game that we've been talking about a lot. But of course, Charlie, money counts, and once the money is good enough, Charlie, we go.
Ima, we had bid from South Korea, Japan, United States, Qatar, Mexico, and Indonesia. They pulled out at the latter stages. Asia, Africa, Europe, South America, and now Asia. Were you surprised, especially now that we are getting the first World Cup in the Arab world, considering the countries who were competing for the bid? Were you surprised that at the end of the day, Qatar won?
I was a bit surprised, but then in hindsight, like if you look at what has happened from that time to now, like you said, I mean, this is the first time that the World Cup is going to an Arab nation. And because, you know, when Sepp Blatter was there, he had this policy that he wanted the World Cup to be alternated between the continents. And just like we have the Northern Americans and then we have Southern America, but then we've had the World Cup hosted in both parts of America. But in Asia, we haven't had that in the Arab part of Asia. And so I knew there was a time would come where the World Cup would be taken to an Arab nation, but I didn't expect it to come this early. Why? Because I didn't know which country there would be ready to host the whole world. Because if you look at Qatar, Qatar is a very small country, and they have a population of about just 3 million, and so I thought maybe they wouldn't be able to host the rest of the world. But if you look at the things that they've put in place, I mean, like Perez said, money does a lot of things, and they have the money. When it comes to money, they really have it, and they've shown that even for the things that they cannot do with, like for the other things that they cannot do, for the things that they can do with money, they will do them. And that is why they are bringing stadiums that will be dismantled after them. I mean, it hasn't been done anywhere before. They have made sure that they have been able to clean the human rights aspect of themselves by bringing in people that everybody loves David Beckham. So if Beckham is in front of you and is an ambassador for a tournament, if you like Beckham, you will like the tournament as well. So they know what they are doing. I mean, they have a good plan. They have a plan that would make people forget about the human rights aspect of whatever they are doing. Like Perez said, I know we'll come to that, but in terms of that side, I don't think we should have overlooked, because football has gotten to a state where it's like, it's money, money, money. Where the money is where your votes will go to. And like Perez said, Africa definitely, for Africa, we all know. I mean, from the CAF elections, we all know how the politics works. It's who has the money. And Sepp Blatter was really involved in getting Qatar to host the World Cup. I mean, he was like a darling boy. There's a documentary that is coming on Netflix. I don't know if you've seen the trailer. It's coming on Netflix UK actually.
I've seen the only one I've seen was the one they did for the captains of the various national teams.
No, this one is a documentary specially on Netflix on how Qatar won the bid and FIFA's corruption. And there was this video where Sepp Blatter was speaking like we are sitting now and somebody came and threw money at him for I mean, it was so embarrassing, but I mean, those are some of the things. Everybody knows that money went into getting them the hosting rights.
There are some people who believe that the downfall of Zapata, Michel, the Platini, and all the others was because the UK lost the bid to host the 2018 World Cup, and then the US lost the bid in 2022. So they decided to team up and say, you people, we know what you are doing. So if this is what you are going to do to us, then we also have to expose you.
You see, when the thief is caught, definitely they will find ways to justify whatever they've done. I think it's just like the Ghana situation. I mean, everybody that was caught up in the analysis I believe, was guilty. If they weren't guilty, they would be in office right now, and that's why some of them are not in office currently. I think Sepp Blatter and Michel Platini were culpable in some moment. I mean, there were things they were doing, everybody was saying these things were bad, but they wanted to be caught before. Now, I don't think they were just taken out of office without being taken through the normal procedure. I mean, they were taken to court, the FBI raided their office, they found documents that incriminated, and that is why they are not in office currently.
And then they were caught in action.
Yeah, so you can say, I mean, you can say those things were part, but in the end, it was by their own actions that took them out of office. So for me, like, I would never, like, for me, I'm not in support of Qatar getting the right to host the World Cup, all right? But I'm one supporter of the World Cup being alternated through continents. So it had gone to Europe, it had gone to Russia, it had even come to Africa. And I think it was time for it to go to the Arab countries as well.
All right, so we're still doing the Qatar as a nation on this episode of GhanaWeb Mundia. And then let's talk about the do's and don'ts. You know, in 2014, we hear some Ghanaians, they went to Brazil, they enjoyed all the goodies that came with it. But Qatar, you can't, the things you did in Brazil that the authorities overlooked, you cannot do it in Qatar. Let's go through some of the do's and don'ts. If you have them, okay, so let's go to the don'ts before. So the don'ts, the first one I want us to look at quick is that do not look at people or their addresses for too long.
Seriously,
in an Arab world, and then do not litter in public spaces, as it will cause you heavy fines. So for our brothers who have been littering around on our streets, you have to be careful in Qatar. And then do not shake hands with women, just greet them politely. So if I meet Ernestina, hi Tina, then you move. Then also do not take photos of people without their permission. Also part of the don't in Qatar. Do not wear short clothes on public places. So at the stadium, you cannot be wearing any bareback, any mini skirts. And also do not consume too much alcohol. Alcohol will not be, you cannot take alcohol to the stadium, but an hour before the game and an hour after the game, you get some to buy in the confines of the stadium. And then do not drink and drive. I think that one is standard. Guys, these are the don'ts in Qatar.
You see, Ayamga mentioned the point that he doesn't support the granting of the right of the World Cup to Qatar. And these are some of the, you look at some of the things you mentioned, they're purely human rights issues.
Yeah.
And this is a country that, by virtue of their religion, have quite extreme or very stretched, principles on religion. And I feel that's where football failed a lot, because football is supposed to break down some of these barriers. The barriers of, autocracy, dictatorship, all these things. Football is supposed to serve as the thing that bridges all these things. So when you give football, I feel now, we used to say that religion is the opium of the masses. Yeah. I think for now, football has replaced religion as the opium of the masses. So if you're going to give something that the whole world feasts on to a nation with such a terrible human record, you need to set in place certain conditions that maybe after the tournament, it will change, may have some, widespread ramifications on how they view some of these things. But FIFA did not. They just someone took money, took fans, and just decided to give them the right at their expense. Now you can't just have fun. You can't hang out with your woman in Qatar. But in the football season, we also have a lot of things. People hugging each other, people kissing in public. That's part of the game. We are supposed to enjoy.
Even at the stadium, when there is a goal, like the one Asamoah scored in 2010 against the US, we saw pictures of Ghanaians at the stadium breaking bottles, but
you can't do this.
You can't do that.
And that's footballers even score goals and go and kiss their partners in the crowd.
You can't do that. So, in as much as you would want to understand the fact that, okay, it's their country, when you go to and do what the Romans do, there's a major worry, because it's more like by giving the football to FIFA, we are shining a lot of light on the very things that the world should not encourage. So we are all of a sudden admitting that, autocracy or dictatorship is good. We are all of a sudden accepting that it's good to, impede the rights of women. So these are some of the issues that, for me, and that's why I have issues with the likes of Gary Neville and David Beckham and all the other guys who directly or indirectly have accepted ambassador, because you need to have moral principles. Yeah. And as long as the Qatar issue is concerned, we are bereft of some of these things, and they should have considered them. But hey, it's their time, whether we like it or not. November 20 to December 18 will be there, and we just have to embrace them. Once you decide to go into their country and enjoy their tournament, you need to abide by these things.
And there are those who say that in every society there are rules. So the popular one that we all grew up and we were told, if you go to Rome, you do what the Romans do. How different is this from this general narrative that if you go to Rome, do what the Romans do?
When I ask this question, I answer it from this point. I mean, there are rules in every society, fine. But even in oppressed society, there are rules as well. So if I come here and you tell me I can't put my phone on this table, you are oppressing me. But it's a rule that you have. It doesn't mean the rule is right. So I think, like Perez said, football was supposed to be that link. I mean, it was supposed to be that tool, a liberator, to change society, to change some of the ills of society. What we've done currently is to tell the people that even if you are wrong or you are doing something wrong and you have money, then you are excused. You can go ahead and do whatever you are. That's what we've done with giving Qatar the rights, because obviously they haven't changed. The way they see the world has not changed. They've tried to accommodate some things, but ultimately they are still going strong on whatever they are strong on. They haven't changed their stance on some of the things like alcohol, which I think, I mean, you can talk about the ills or the bad side of alcohol, but I don't think you can tell somebody not to drink. Maybe you can say don't drink and drive, because if you drink and drive, that's a crime and that's a standard, something that is everywhere. But to say people should not take alcohol at all, it's not something like that. And one of the don'ts is that if you are in town and you meet a lady, you can't shake a lady. I mean, like,
if you meet a nice,
lady, you can't even
like MFA, you can say, oh, hello MFA, hi, you can't do that.
One of the most absurd ones is that if you meet a lady in town, you can't speak to her if you don't know her. So I'm wondering, how do they even chat to their ladies and make them their wives or girlfriends? How do they do it?
Most times arrange.
Oh, okay. I mean, that doesn't work here, obviously. So I think there's a lot that needs to change. But I mean, like Perez said, we've allowed them to have their way, and I fear that this will be like a point where other nations will learn from, because they will know. I mean, previously, if assuming the World Cup had been taken from them on the basis that, because the human rights record is very terrible, I'm telling you. I mean, people have come out and spoken about how they are being mistreated in Qatar. Workers they are working 7 times a day. They are working 12-hour shifts a day. They are being underpaid, and when they go there, their passports are seized, so they can't even come. They are allowed, I think, 3 days or I think a week or something to come back to their own countries and then go back. it's terrible. I mean, these are stories and these are not lies. The Supreme Committee has tried to use PR to whitewash the stories that are coming out, but these are realities that are happening. And so I think if we really want to tackle the social side of things, we need to take them on. But we've allowed them to have their way. So I fear it might happen again. They will not have another chance to correct them.
He fears it might happen again. Those are the drones in Qatar. And then one of the rules is that when you get to Qatar, you have to make sure that you change your currency to their currency. It's not like, excuse me, in Ghana that you can use other currency like the dollar to trade. It can't happen in Qatar. You go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue the discussion. You know, the English national team and their captain Harry Kane will be wearing a band trying to protest against the human rights issues in Qatar. But there are two poster boys, Gary Neville and then David Beckham. They are also going to be ambassadors for Qatar. Conflict of interest, or they are just doing their business. This is GhanaWeb Mundia. When we come back, we continue the discussions. Welcome back from the break. This is GhanaWeb Mundia, brought to you by Kempo Travel and Tours, the official traveling agency for the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. We are talking about the country Qatar as far as this World Cup is concerned. But before we continue, let's take the GhanaWeb trivia for today. Alright, so we watched the GhanaWeb trivia for today. And then before I went for the break, I was talking about the English national team captain Harry Kane going to wear a band protesting against human rights issues in Qatar, whilst their poster boys, former poster boys David Beckham and then Gary Neville, have been appointed as ambassadors for the Qatar World Cup. But let's listen to David Beckham as he spoke to the FIFA team on why he accepted to be an ambassador for Qatar.
I've always said that the World Cup is for everybody, you know, and I think that when a country gets to host a World Cup for the first time, it's a special moment because it changes people's lives, it unites people, it inspires children, and this is Qatar's opportunity to showcase what they're all about. No, I've been part of a league in America when I first arrived that had probably 15 teams in the league, and now there's going to be 30 teams in the league, all with their own, you know, football stadiums. So I've seen the change. No, I was part of obviously an American league that wasn't as established as the European leagues that I've played for. Everybody deserves that moment to showcase what they are about, and that's what football does. Football unites families, it unites people. I've always said that it's so important for the biggest game and the biggest sporting competition to be shared. This game is for everybody. And that's why it's important that it does go to different territories, that it does go to different countries, that it does go to new places that have never been able to host a competition like this. You see countries come together, you see fans come together, whether it's from Brazil, Argentina, England, Germany, France, and fans come together to celebrate the game. It's what football is. Changes people's lives, makes people happy.
All right, so you saw David Beckham. He was a poster boy. The ladies love him. Everybody loves David Beckham. Explaining why he accepted to be an ambassador for Qatar. According to reports, he has been paid a whopping 200 million euros to be an ambassador for Qatar, whilst Gary Neville also took more than 100 million euros. This time around, guys, we are talking about the stadiums and the stories behind them. The stadiums, if you see it, my goodness, they are nice. I would even prefer that when they are dismantling it and all that, they bring one to Ghana and then we try and fix that thing at the Accra Sports Stadium.
So let me cut in on that. I think there is some, from the ministry, there is some negotiations or discussions going on.
Yeah.
The sports minister has a few times met his Qatari counterpart. They've had some discussions. A lot of countries are lobbying, developing. So it depends on who gets the best lobby. But if we are lucky enough, we might have one of them here.
I want the I mean, we put down the stadium I'm talking about for you. That's the one. But the stadiums and then the stories behind them. What the English want to do as part of their protest to human rights abuse, and what their two former poster boys are also doing. Conflict of interest, the stadiums and all that. Let me take it.
Okay, for the English boys, I mean, it's not just them. I mean, even Arsene Wenger, who I know to be a man with integrity, he has had a reserved view about Qatar. I don't know what has happened. I don't know what happened because he's working with FIFA and FIFA. I don't know. I can't substantiate that. So, but for Beckham and Gary Neville, it's obvious something has entered their pockets and they are working for their money. That's what I can see, because I don't see how, and these are guys. For Beckham, I know he isn't really vocal about social issues, but Gary Neville is somebody who is really vocal. I mean, he's vocal about politics in the UK. He speaks about ills in society and all that. So I was really surprised when I saw that he was one of the ambassadors. But like I said, I mean, so people are working for them. I mean, even these are guys. These are millionaires. These are euro millionaires and dollar millionaires, and they are still like looking for more. So I can understand from that point of view. For the stadiums, I think my favorite, the one I find very fascinating is the Stadium 975,
where we play. Ghana will play their first game against Portugal.
Yeah, 975. Because when I was reading about that, I learned they use shipping containers to do the stadium. I mean, and it's a beautiful stadium. If you look at the way they've done it, I mean, to use shipping containers, I mean, nobody would have thought of that. But they use shipping containers. And I heard the name, the 974 came from the number of shipping containers. The number of shipping containers were 974. And also Qatar's international dialing code is 97+9. So I mean that is something interesting that they thought about and they used to do it. And then the Education City Stadium as well. I'm told in that the city is like the global excellence hub of Qatar, and that is where you will find most of the elite universities in Qatar. So I mean, I think all the names that they give are names that are strategic and they know why they are doing them, and that's why I say from the PR perspective, Qatar really know what they are doing, and I think anybody that hears the name and the story behind those stadiums will really like it.
The stories behind them, as it's been reported, which stories have you heard so far about the people working on the stadium and all that?
I've heard a lot. Even myself, I'm writing an article I want to write before the month ends on Qatar's human rights record, because I think we are hosting the World Cup at a human cost. I mean, we can talk about the millions that have been spent to organize the World Cup, but there's also a human cost, because thousands of people have died to make Qatar's dream of hosting the World Cup possible. And who is talking for those people? Because it looks like we first shelved. And that's why I'm disappointed in football.
UN is also quiet.
Everybody's quiet. I don't know what is happening. I don't know whether people fear the Qatari people to speak about it. So I don't know if everybody has now become a coward. I don't know, because ordinarily, if this was any other country, we would have had campaigns and things going on. But it looks like everybody's like we've spoken. Everybody's like, oh, okay, it will go on no matter what we do. So let's just. But assuming there was a threat of Qatar losing their right to host the World Cup, I'm sure things would have been more serious. Because I mean, like I said earlier, people are dying. people have died. People are still dying as we speak today. And if you read some of the, I mean, I read an article on the New Frame of Qatari people, Africans who had gone to Qatar to work, and they were texting, and one guy was like, he was even texting from his hospital bed. And according to him, since he went to Qatar, the moment that he has felt the most free or the most convenient was when he was at the hospital. Can you imagine? Wow. I mean, when you are home, you have to feel comfortable at home. So imagine if you are not comfortable at home, you feel very like you are scared of working. You are not free at home and even at your workplace. And the place where you feel your most refuge is when you are in the hospital. It's that sad. So for me, I think we've really let people down by allowing the World Cup to be hosted in Qatar and ignoring all the things that are happening in there.
First, Gary Neville is one that we know he has been against even what we call sports washing. Millionaires from Russia, Middle East coming to invest their money in football. He has been against Roman Abramovich, what the city owners are doing, Paris Saint-Germain, and all that, even the Glazers. But now, he is somebody that is going to be an ambassador for a country that there's been several reports of human rights abuse. Even that his country, they've taken side on what to do, but he has gone the other way. And then the stories.
Ultimately, man must chop. Man for chop. That's the thing. And you see, and that's the thing that Qatar got over everyone. The money. Yeah. They use the money to induce almost everyone. Qatar is not hosting a tournament because they care about football. They want to develop their football. No. They are using it's a proper PR move. They don't care about how much they are going to get or how much they are going to lose. No. They just want to look the good. Same way those guys are controlling City, the Newcastle takeover. They are not doing it because they want them to win trophy. No. They are using it to clean the image of their countries. The images of their countries have been battered over the year with allegations of human rights, allegations of, trample on the rights of women and all those kind of things. Now they've realized that the whole world is hooked on football. So let's use football to clean our image. And it's sad that the lives of Gary Neville, who for years have demonstrated some form of principle when it comes to protecting the marginalized or protecting the minors, opted to fall for this. And that's what Qatar has done. What they've done is to use money, because once you can do almost everything aside buying life. So they've used the money to cover everything. They've papered over all the cracks that we all know. Africans are dying almost every day in Qatar. The likes of France, England, or all the national teams, they are trying to come together to make sure that the migrants who are working their ass off in Qatar are able to get much that they deserve. Yeah. But you ask yourself, even CAF, our own CAF, what has they said? No. FIFA itself, these questions have come up almost every day. What have they said about it? Nothing. So it's more like football decided to take the money and allow people to die and allow people's rights to be trampled upon and a whole lot of nonsense to go. And that's what Qatar is. And it's not going to be the last. It's going to go on because now they've realized that, okay, if we are able to use some money and penetrate through football, we can get Newcastle. You look at Newcastle now, you look at Man City. Man City fans don't care about what they are doing. You look at
once they are giving them what they want to make their team bigger. You
look at those who took over Newcastle, and there is a connection between them and how the Saudi government killed Jamal Khashoggi, an American journalist. Who is talking about? No one is talking about it because it's money. So it's quite reprehensible. It's quite sad that on this occasion where the most powerful instrument in the world for social change decided to sleep and sit aloof and watch all these things to go on. And that's what we'll come to do. For us, maybe we enjoy our game, but at the cost of human lives, at the cost of the rights of a whole lot of people. And that's quite sad.
At the cost of human life and a lot going on, David Beckham, David Trezeguet, and then Gary Neville, I think Eto'o, our own Eto'o, is also an ambassador for the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. So this has been the discussion on this episode of the GhanaWeb Mundial. But let's talk about the cost, and then we link it to the top 5 most expensive FIFA World Cup. I will go over it quick, and then I take your opinions. Now, 5th place, that is, we are looking at the top 5, is Japan, Korea, when they co-hosted the first World Cup in the 21st century, and they spent 7 billion. Sorry, it's B. Million B. Yeah, 7 billion, and then they fit. Fourth is Germany with 4.3 billion when they hosted in 2006. I know you are asking, why are we saying that Germany is ahead of the 2002 World Cup? It's because Germany hosted the World Cup as a single unit, but in 2002, Japan and then Korea, they split the cost. In 2014, Brazil, yes, when Brazil hosted the World Cup, a lot of demonstrations happened because they never understood why the government will use 11.6 billion to host a tournament when the country was in total mess. And then in 2018, Russia, we thought we had seen it all when Russia invested 18 billion to host the World Cup. But now, Qatar, the amount they spent on this coming World Cup is 14 times bigger the amount Russia spent in 2018. And guys, $200 billion.
Before I even come to that,
they say our national debt is more than $400 billion. So it means that if Qatar could have just, give us the money to split our money into two.
Before we come, let me touch for the last time on the human rights record of Qatar. You know what happened in Russia? People knew the record of Russia. People knew what Russia were doing. We ignored it and allowed them to host the World Cup, and we've seen the blowback from that. They've now invaded Ukraine, and they've caused the whole. Look at what's happening in the whole world. I mean, they are the reason why our government is always telling us that Ukraine and Russia war.
They are the reason why now.
But the signs were there.
Kenke before Ghana.
If football had dealt with Russia in the beginning, when the allegations were coming and people were complaining, maybe we wouldn't have gotten to where we are now. But they allowed them. We are now banning them from the World Cup and then from the Euros and all that. But is it not too late?
It is.
It is, because if you had taken the hosting rights from them in 2018, that would have been a huge blow to them. And maybe you could have gotten them to do the right thing, but you didn't. And that's what I'm saying with Qatar. Allowing them to go ahead and host it will tell them that, oh, Russia were allowed, they did it. Look at what happened 2 years after. Qatar is also doing the same thing. And another nation will also emerge and do the same thing because they will know they have money. Yeah. At the time where North Korea hosted, I mean, they were a superpower who were unleashing bombs on other countries, other smaller countries in their territory, but we allowed them to host it, and this is a blowback from that. Now let me come back to the main one. Qatar, the money that they are spending, Charlie, the money is insane. It's insane because, like you said,
it can buy the top 200 football clubs.
Yeah, because almost everything about the world, most of the countries that we've mentioned already have some facilities that could host. Qatar is not a football nation. I mean, Russia has a league that is one of the biggest in Europe, and so they have stadiums for Shakhtar Donetsk and for Zenit and other
Rubin Kazan
and the CSA Moscow that they can use to host. But Qatar is not really a football nation. I mean, they are not trying to build their football, and so they don't even have the facilities. They didn't. Now let me say they didn't, because now they do. They didn't have the facilities to host the whole of the world, but they had to spend money. And they spent money on almost everything. Even and there's a reason why we've shifted the World Cup from the usual June, July to November, December, because the weather over there is not favorable for people that will be going there. And even with that, the stadiums will be having technology. I mean, they are installing air condition technology so that people will be able to have a feel of their normal temperature they were used to in their country. So for me, I think the money is enormous. I don't even think a country should be allowed to spend this much.
Is there money?
But I mean, there should be a cap to how much you can spend. That's why you are capping what clubs can spend. I mean, if it's the clubs, why don't you allow them to spend any amount that they have? But you are capping how much they can spend on transfers. You are capping how much teams can spend in terms of their budget. And that's why Barcelona are suffering currently. Why are you not capping countries? So what next? Now that they've spent over 200 billion, it means let me say
in 2026, US, Mexico, and then.
And there's pressure for them to outdo them, but of course they have the stadiums already, so maybe they will spend less. But I don't think a country should have been allowed to spend this much on it. I mean, there's more to life than just football. But like we've already discussed there, it looks like we've relegated everything and we are now like just focusing on the football. So that's what will happen.
Let me take yours.
PR is expensive. That's the thing. If you want the whole world to think that you are a powerful nation, you have all the things that it takes to rub shoulders with them, we have to provide you, and that's what Qatar have done. like Ayamga said, they never had the stadium and all the things to host the tournament. They had to quickly, pump a whole lot of money into it to turn things in their favor. And sometimes you sit down and you wonder what the FIFA, committee considered before giving them the slot. Because unlike America that had football history,
they've hosted it before. Mexico too, they've hosted the World Cup before.
So you ask yourself, what was the history? What went into the decision, really, to give Qatar the bid aside of the money influence?
Because honestly, even Morocco were more prepared than Qatar. Let's be honest. At the time.
Even yes, so because they didn't have the infrastructure, now they had to invest. They had to pay over the years. And again, the weather also doesn't favor, so they even have to invest in it as well. You ask where are these monies coming from? At what cost? How much are people sacrificing for all of these things? What's going on? And those questions don't bother to FIFA or all the people. No. All they care about is that they want the stadiums ready. They want the whole world to go and play them. But there are serious issues. And that's what I'm saying. They've done their PR. It's working. At the end of the day, they will host a very good World Cup. And instead of talking about the ills of the country, you end up spending time talking about the skills in the Messi pool, how maybe I'm hoping Argentina wins the World Cup for Messi's sake, how Argentina won the World Cup,
also hoping for the Black Stars,
how Ronaldo was kicked out in the group stages, how Otokunor pulled off some instead of talking about the very issues, humane issues affecting them, we'll be talking football. And it takes our attention from the very things that affect the survival of other things. And that's the wrong that the sin that football has committed. But for them, they don't care. For the Crown Prince and his people, at the end of the day, they sit somewhere, pop some champagne and enjoy that. They've invested or they've hosted the world, and they're going to remember that as the country that pumps so much money into it. And
for at least the next 2 years.
And give very good spectacle, a very good advertisement for the Gulf region. They are going to use it. They claim that the World Cup is going to spur the growth of football in their country. We live to see, but again, like I said, if you want good PR, you have to pay for it, and that's what they've done. They have the money, they have the oil money to back whatever they want to do, and they've spent it wisely. There are even suggestions that the 200 billion figure put out by their sports minister
has been undeclared.
Yes. Yeah. Because initially it was around 220, 250, then it came out say 200. So it tells you how much is going on that we don't know, and we know that they won't tell you exactly what they do. What they will tell you what you need to do, not exactly what the reflection on the ground. So yes, they have the money, and let's just hope that they give us a good time. And the Black Stars and Argentina and Germany do well.
Let's hope they give us a good tournament, irrespective of the human rights issues currently going on in Qatar. This has been another exciting episode of the GhanaWeb Mundial, a show put together for the purpose of GhanaWeb's coverage of the 2022 FIFA World Cup. What do you expect in Qatar, gentlemen? 30 seconds.
For the Black Stars?
Yes. For your favorite teams.
I mean, Ghana is my favorite team, obviously. After Ghana, Netherlands. And if Ghana can't win it, then I hope for the Netherlands to win it, because I think the World Cup hasn't treated Netherlands fairly for what they've given to the world. I mean, they've been to the final twice. They've lost both times. No, they've been to the final thrice. They've lost all the 3 times. The last was in 2010, which I think they deserved to win, and they didn't win by that last minute in yesterday ago. So I think for what Netherlands have given to the world and to the World Cup, and for the players they produced, the Ballon d'Or winners, the Champions League wins for Ajax, I think they deserve to win the World Cup. I don't know if their team is good enough. As for Ghana, I mean, we all know we are going there to try.
Inshallah! Go well. But I
just hope that Messi wins the World Cup. Then we kill the GOAT debate once and for all.
I mean, even without the World Cup, he's the GOAT. He
doesn't
need the World Cup to be
You know go work.
No, but he doesn't need the World Cup. He's the GOAT without the World Cup.
Ghana, Argentina. Hey, Ghana, Portugal World Cup final. Yes.
You might both go home, just like the last time.
Alright, so you had Perez Ezwakwal, GhanaWeb sports editor at Pulse. Emmanuel Ayamga, the richest young sports journalist in Ghana.
Yes.
He's
a big man.
Big man.
Pressure this.
So that's Emmanuel Ayamga. On this episode of the GhanaWeb Mundial, today we look at the country, Qatar, and all the issues that came up when they got to the bidding and all that. My name is Joel Ishen. We'll come your way again on Monday as we bring you another episode of the GhanaWeb Mundial show. Proudly brought to you by Kempon Travel and Tour, the official traveling agency for the 2022 FIFA World Cup. Keep reading news on GhanaWeb.com. Until we meet again, it's bye for now. Don't forget, today is Friday.
So I remember there was some time when the president's travels, expensive travels, came up, when the Honorable Akufo-Addo made it a personal mission to be always giving us information and all of that. I remember we're discussing this on radio, and to be fair, generally the kind of reception that I get on radio, a lot of people are very critical of the government, but there was still an element of second guessing. So I was making the point that the president should not be living in that kind of luxury. Someone sent in a text message and asked that, but he's the president, what do you expect him to do? You see, that kind of thinking, because it should not make any sense whatsoever. And I'm happy that somehow we seem to be coming around it. It should make absolutely no sense. It should not be acceptable that for a country that is at this level, developing very poor, people don't have access to potable water. Not that there's any place in this world where there's no problem. But the point is that, at least, if not for anything at all, the leadership must reflect the country. You don't have a habit or a culture of flying luxuriously, living like an emperor, and then go about borrowing money.
You know the annoying bit? People sit back and say, why are you making this personal? But what should we make it? This is personal. It's affecting all of us.
Everybody.
Yes,
everybody.
It's affecting all of us. And when you mention Nanado's name, they say, why are you mentioning his name? Is he not in the office?
We are paying him.
He sat on... the guy is so arrogant. In capital letters, he says we speak as if he doesn't live in this country.
Yeah.
Huh?
As if he's governing us.
Master, you dey pay light bill. You dey pay for fuel. Don't come to talk the thing they talk. Don't come talk the thing they talk. We be kiddies, make we respect you. Talk, make we respect you. Do you pay for anything in this country? You and your parliamentary, the government, you dey pay something?
You get one full V8 where they carry chairs.
You dey pay something?
One full V8.
You dey pay something? You know we dey pay.
I foresaw something.
Okay.
I knew we were going to get here. Do you know when I realized that we were going to get here?
When was that?
When the youth were calling for fix the country.
Okay.
And they came at them and said, go and fix yourself. And I was like, that's it.
Mm.
We are going to mess up. Because I came out and I wrote an article. I said that when a child is crying home, you don't beat the child. You give the child toffee, chocolate. Let the child smile and tell the child that next time don't go and play in this house. When you go, they will hurt you. So the child is now careful. Why are we in a country where the youth that are in the country feel that something must be fixed? You are the father of the nation. Make yourself available. Tell them, oh, let's fix the country together. Allow them to do their demonstration. Meet them up. I am your father. I will listen to you. We are trying our best to get things running. Yeah. Just give us some time. We'll get things done. But when you fight the people, you go and fix yourself. Go and do that. And then after everything, they take you to court. They win, and they still do the demonstration. And then after the demonstration, people now ask, after the demonstration, is the government dead? Mm-hmm. Like have they been able to destroy your party? No. So why don't you make time from the beginning? Let the people feel belong. Let them feel that Charlie, they are loved. Despite the economic hardship and everything, you are there for them. Let them feel that, Charlie, we have a president who is always ready. We have people who, Charlie, I always say that we will always go around and come back again.
Good day and many thanks for joining us on Best Tech on GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. As usual on Best Tech, we serve you some stories that made headlines in the week and an interview a member of the business desk had with an expert. The Ghanaian economy has in recent times been in a wobbling state due to the increasing debt and depreciation of the local currency. My colleague Stella Jejom-Sogli had an interaction with an economist, Professor Godfred Bokpin, on the depreciation of the local currency and how best Ghana can restructure its debts. And here is the full report.
Ghana's economy has come under intense pressure in the last 9 months of 2022. But before now, economists had warned that if government did not align its policies properly, the country was going to be plunged into an economic crisis. He also noted that calls for the removal of the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta, were appropriate, also adding that the size of government must be reduced.
It will not amount to so much just changing the Finance Minister. He must go a step further and reduce the number of ministers and the government size overall, including the staff at the presidency. And beyond that, we must stretch that across state-owned enterprises, right? If you look at the staff strength, that has gone up since 2017. We are creating deputy CEOs and all of that. Look, this is the best time for Ghana to look at Ghana and say what is tolerable, what cannot be allowed. We must adopt a lean government across general government approach, not just the central government, but general government approach to doing business must adopt least cost approach. That is the only way we can come out of this.
Speaking on the sidelines of the 11th Ghana Economic Forum, Professor Godfred Bokpin, an economist at the University of Ghana Business School, spoke on the government's posture towards recommendations from analysts.
Over the years, not only this government, over the years, there is a bit of divergence between what experts will recommend and then what the political economy would do, right? So, and once we don't do the right things and doing them consistently, we find ourselves in this situation. So it's been almost predictable, right? That if you fail to do the right things, you can't expect a different outcome other than what will show up at the end of the day. So we are hoping that in these difficult times, we'll be able to find some level of convergence in terms of consensus building in how we come out of this. That is very important. The reason I say so is that if you look at the level of economic crisis, debt is unsustainable. We are talking about an IMF program. We know basically it will be full of austerity. That's going to be painful. Sometimes those costs may not be proportionately distributed. It may affect those at the lower end and the rest of them. It will be important that we build consensus, swallow our political pride, reach out to each other, both opposition and in government, civil society, independent experts and the rest of them, harvest those expertise, alternative solutions, and let's see how we can concretize them, because time is not on our side. Every country is moving forward. They are responding in diverse ways based on their expertise and what they think they must have, they must do for their country. We cannot afford to think that the current situation will just disappear by itself, or some imaginary economy will drop from heaven and just replace what we are going through now. Countries that developed, they were deliberate. And there's enough knowledge in this country There is enough expertise in this country. Look, development is knowledge intensive. So the country must prioritize the knowledge that we have and make sure that any policy we want to put out there, we fact check that with those who are relevant, have relevant expertise in those areas, so that the little money we spend, we put it in areas where we can derive the maximum benefits. That is the only way we can come out of it. And whilst we are excited about great potential to generate a lot of domestic revenue, we should equally be advising government to be efficient with expenditure. Because in this country we have been very wasteful. And we have said that we have been wasteful to the extent that the way we are operationalizing our democracy is so expensive. The cost of running our democracy in terms of size of government and all of that is just too huge. And then when we are done, it leaves very little for where money has to go in order for growth to be engineered. And that's our problem. So that's why we are saying, yes, we'll collect more revenue. We all have to be more tax compliant. But we're also saying that let's look at expenditure. Let's take advantage of this crisis. Let's reduce the number of ministers to about 40 or below. We can do that. And in fact, then reducing the number of ministers or the size of government drastically will not affect growth. It will rather free up space for growth-enhancing spending. That's the only way Ghana can come out of this.
Activities of the black markets have been of major concern due to the rapid depreciation of the Ghana cedi. The professor believes that if the fundamentals of an economy is weak, the exchange rate will expose it. He, however, wants government to deal with the issue from its roots.
If you manage your economy prudently, right, the cedi just doesn't misbehave on its own. And as our current vice president once told us, when you are in doubt, check the exchange rate. It's a reflection of the fundamentals of the deteriorating fundamentals of the economy, a reflection of lack of confidence in government policy prescription. And we said this at the beginning of the year, that the 2022 budget failed to inspire hope. It failed to give greater assurance to creditors in terms of a fiscal sustainability part. We lost market access this year, so we couldn't raise euro bonds. We saw offshore investors exiting. We saw macroeconomic stability becoming entrenched. We saw inflationary pressures becoming entrenched, undermining the credibility built around Bank of Ghana's short-term price stability objective. When you see all these things and you check all these boxes, the cedi will come under cumulative pressure.
As government continues to engage the International Monetary Fund on a possible financial bailout, Professor Bokpin advised government to fast-track its negotiations to be able to take the country out of the current economic crisis that it faces. My name is Stella J. Jomsogli for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, Stella J. Jomsogli, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, T-bills were undersubscribed for the second week in October by 16%. Auctioning results from the Bank of Ghana from the tender held on 21st October for the government securities showed that T-bill was undersubscribed by 260 million cedis. The government secured a total of 1,301 million cedis from the sale of T-bills. The interest rate also inched up to 32% for the 91-day T-bill and 33% for the 182-day T-bill. Despite the increase in the interest rate, returns on T-bill remain negative as inflation remains on the rise and currently stands at 37.2% as of September 2022. The increase in the interest rate further showed the increase in depreciation of the cedi against major trading currencies. A request by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta to be allowed to conclude talks with the International Monetary Fund has been acceded to by the majority caucus in Parliament. The embattled minister will also be allowed to present the 2023 budget statement of government later this month, according to a deal reached by the president and the lawmakers after a meeting late Tuesday. In a statement dated October 26th and signed by the majority leader Oseche Mensah Bonsu, it is after these two events that calls for Ofori-Atta's sack shall be acted upon. The statement also indicated that beyond the passage of the next budget, MPs will ensure that the attendant appropriation bill is also passed as part of the deal with Akufo-Addo. The latest development confirms reports that the president had requested 3 weeks for the finance minister to conclude IMF talks after a group of 80 ruling party lawmakers called for the immediate removal of Ofori-Atta and another citing their role in the economic hardship that the country was facing. The Ghana Union of Traders Association has raised red flags over the intention of the Ghana Revenue Authority to increase benchmark values. In a statement signed by its president, Dr. Joseph Obing, the group noted that the use of benchmark value as a valuation method runs contrary to that of the World Trade Organization. It recounted that an increase in benchmark values in the past led to the increase in the cost of doing business in Ghana, which subsequently courted agitations amongst the trading community in the early part of this year. Guta, however, wants lawmakers or policymakers to intervene in the GRA's intention to hike benchmark values, stressing that it was unacceptable, especially in times when benchmark reduction policy engagements have not been resolved. Amidst the current economic challenges confronting the country, particularly on the free fall of the cedi, Guta members last week closed their shops to register their displeasure. It warned of similar action if government does not immediately implement measures to address the depreciating cedi, which it says is eroding their profits. Consumers of petroleum products are expected to experience an increment even before the second pricing window kicks off on Sunday, October 30th. Checks by GhanaWeb Business show that some oil marketing companies have increased prices of petrol and diesel by about 10%. Although there has been a stable price regime of crude oil being sold on the world market, some OMCs in Ghana have begun making fuel price adjustments. For instance, Guel and Total Energies are selling petrol at 13 cedis 99 pesos per litre, while Petrosol and Engine are selling petrol for 17 cedis 48 pesos per litre and 17 cedis 54 pesos respectively. The rather significant hike in the price of petroleum has sparked renewed concerns for consumers. The development has since been attributed to the persistent depreciation of the cedi against the US dollar. Also, the move is reported to have forced some OMCs to make price adjustments ahead of the regularly bi-weekly review of the price of petroleum products. Meanwhile, the Ghana Private Road Transport Union, GPRTU, on October 26th announced their decision to increase transport fares for commuters by 19% effective Saturday, October 29th. The decision comes after the union held extensive agreements or engagements with President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and other transport operators across the country. Still on transport, the GPRTU has announced fare increments by 19% effective October 29th. This was disclosed by Godfred Abubiri, who is the General Secretary of the Ghana Private Road Transport Union. He explained that the increment is attributed to the recent hike in petroleum products, depreciation of the cedi and soaring inflation. In an interview with the media, the General Secretary of GPRTU said the 19% increment comes after members held extensive engagements with President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and other transport operators across the country. The price of packaged sachet and bottled water is expected to shoot up by October 31st due to the high cost of production. In a release on October 29th, the National Executive Committee of the National Association of Sachet and Packaged Water Producers noted that the rising cost of fuel and the cedi's depreciation has resulted in the dwindling of their working capitals by about 45% within 7 days. As a result, an emergency stakeholder engagement was called on October 26th to review the effects of the continuous increases of fuel, taking into consideration the need to maintain the production of quality packaged water for citizens. The association also recommended the following prices for bottled and sachet water. It recommended that iced bottled water 500 ml be retailed at 2 cedis 50 pesos and iced bottled water 750 ml, or what we say the medium size, should be retailed at 3 cedis 50 pesos. Iced bottled water 1.5 liter will be retailed at 5 cedis. It also recommended that iced sachet water should be retailed at 60 pesos. A bag of sachet water will now sell at 10 cedis from the retail tracks as extra price. That's all for today. Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Remember, this show airs every Friday on the same platform. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.
We need to have more devices. Like, you can still teach coding on the board just like the way you teach math and you teach science. But I think we would all agree that people need to be able to practice with a device.
Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, wearable devices, and the rest, all of these are digital innovations that have come to Ghana, have been built by the world, and they are accepted by us. We are also building our own. However, how fast are we building them, and how are they helping us improve our economies, our people, and even our revenue generation in the country? We are going to discuss this on this episode of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV with our guest, who is a thought leader in digital innovation and an expert in the field. My name is Ismail Akwe. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is an Odadie, and he's wearing a shirt that has that on it. It's Atu Ozinapia. Welcome to The Lowdown.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
I'm happy to have you, and you are described as a thought leader in digital innovation in Ghana. Why that? How long have you been in the ecosystem?
Yeah, I've been in the ecosystem for a long period. I think I'll say I I mean, I used to be in the US for many years, which is when I started, going to GhanaWeb. And but I always came to Ghana every year. But I'll say in 2008, when myself and 4 other people started the first bar camp in Ghana, it's probably when I really entered the ecosystem, if I could put it that way. And then I moved back to Ghana in 2011. So since 2011, I've been here. I moved here with Google. I've also worked with Rankard, which is, one of the top-tier tech firms in Ghana. So I think I've been quite involved in the tech space. Currently, I'm part of the Africa is Talking team in Ghana as well. So, I mean, for thought leadership, I think thought leadership is a term that has been coined a bit more in recent years. I think we speak at a lot of events and panels and share ideas about what is happening and try to educate people about what's happening. Try to mentor and help people learn, and I think thought leadership kind of carries a bit of that.
So would it be accurate to say Ghana is the fastest growing country in Africa when it comes to digital innovation?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
And I'll give you a quick example. The last time I was in Kenya was 2018. I was there for a program that Ghana, I think, which I lead, was doing with Digital Opportunity Trust. And I remember that when we got to the airport and we were leaving the airport to go to where we were going to stay, I could hardly see taxis on the road, on the highways. So I was asking, our hosts that, where are all the taxis? And they were like, these days you don't see taxis on the roads anymore. They are all Bolt and Uber, and Safaricom has I think it's called Little Cab. If you come to Ghana, you see taxis all the time.
Yeah.
Right? So definitely, we are definitely not growing faster so far as the question is concerned compared to Kenya. I think we are up there. I would say we are probably like top 10. But I think Kenya is ahead of us, probably Nigeria is ahead of us as well.
There's some sort of rejection of digital innovation in the country, because with this Bolt situation you've given, there are a lot of taxi drivers and truck drivers who are against Bolt drivers, and you see them fighting, saying they're taking their customers. Same with the national ID card and the whole digitalization process, where people think, well, it's taking away jobs, it's taking away their livelihoods and how they operate. Do you think this is really a serious thing to worry about?
The taking away jobs thing is mentioned everywhere in the world. So to me, it's not a serious thing to worry about. I think people need to upskill themselves, right? This is 2022. We are not in 1983. We are not in 1990, right? The world is changing. Tech has come, right? So I think people need to upskill themselves. And then if you talk about the Bolt example, I think lots of people who would be driving taxis in Nairobi are driving Bolt and Uber, right? So it's the same people, So I think definitely in Ghana, I don't think we adopt technology as quickly and as easily as Kenyans. And maybe some other folks. I think we can do better at it. I want us to do better at it. It's something that I'm very concerned about. And I think as we talk more about it, it would, we can kind of discuss that. So, I think there's always opposition to new things. But, I think if people are exposed, people see the benefits of what is coming, they'll latch onto things, right? So I think there's a bit of education that needs to be done to allow and help people adopt technology quicker. Because I strongly believe that if we adopt technology more, we will do better as a country. And my last point around this is that I've dealt with, or I've engaged several young Africans, probably since 2008, or even earlier. And I feel that a lot of the young Africans who use the internet more, use digital tools more, tend to get ahead of those who are not. Right? So it's just advice to everybody that you have to upskill yourself, improve your tech literacy for your own good.
Well, when we talk about digital technology and even innovation, we can't take away internet connectivity.
Yep.
We can't take away even the technology itself. We can't also take away the skill and education that it comes with.
Yeah.
And all these things are areas that Ghana has tried to improve on.
Yeah.
And 2008 and now, how far have we come?
Oh, I think we've come quite far. I think in 2008 we were still going to internet cafes. I mean, just think about busy, right? Think about busy internet. I mean, busy internet has grown leaps and bounds, right? So I think we've come far so far as internet connectivity is concerned, even to the point how like most people tether internet connections from their phones, right? So we had this whole period where we're using MiFis, you know, and these dongles. And now people, their phone connection is so good that you just tether it from your phone. So I think we've come quite far, you know. And I think it's good, right? Definitely, it will be great to have, you know, more Wi-Fi hotspots. I mean, some other countries on the continent have more. They have Wi-Fi hotspots. I'll give you a case for Rwanda. I was there in as far back as 2016 when I went there for the first time. I remember because we've heard all these things about Rwanda, right? And you want to go and see whether it's true. So one of my Rwandan friends told me that you follow me, I'll show you something. So we went to a bus station, right? So a bus station, like, let's say the Ashimota bus station. And he basically told me to turn on my Wi-Fi, right? So I turned on my Wi-Fi. And I could just see Wi-Fi connections for all the buses that I could see around me. Oh. Right? So it's like, this is bus number 48. So bus number 48, Wi-Fi connect, Frio. Bus number 50, Wi-Fi connect, right? So I would love for us to see that in Ghana. Okay, so I think there's a lot more we can do around internet connectivity. There are places in urban Accra that have bad internet. It's not that great, right? So I think we have to invest a lot more in internet connectivity, especially in the rural areas, right? I mean, just think about what people can do if they have more internet.
Well, you are in the ecosystem, and I know Facebook has tried to do something on the internet for Africa. I know Google was trying to do something. But what is our problem here?
Oh, well, before we come to what Facebook and Google have tried to do, you know, there was Facebook Lite. I think there was a period of time that on Airtel Tigo you could use Facebook for free. So there are a number of things that the telcos and the Facebooks have done. Right? I don't think the government has done enough compared to what it can do so far as Facebook and the telcos are concerned. So I think maybe we don't see internet as serious as maybe others do. Maybe that's why. Because, I mean, definitely there's an infrastructure cost to all of this. But there are several companies that are willing to work with our governments, right? So if you're not seeing enough happen, either the government feels that what Facebook and Google are selling is, you know, won't work too well for them, or they're just not buying it, right? Because I know there are conversations. I mean, today I was just reading a story about how Elon Musk, I think he has like an internet service, and they have signed an agreement with the Nigerian government and the Mozambican government, and they just signed with Malawi. So why haven't they signed with Ghana? You know, so I think definitely our governments can do more as well. And then back to what you said about the national ID. I personally am very happy to see that this particular government is pushing a lot of digitalization. I think it's 10 years too late. And you know, I mean, obviously there will be pushback around different things that we say, but it must be done. But it also must be done well, right? In some cases, maybe it's not doing it as well as it could. That's why we have long queues and people still don't have their national IDs. But I'm very happy with the agenda that they are pushing. I think we need to force our people to come online and use digital tools. It will be great for the government. it will be great for startups and businesses in the tech space. It will be great for all of us. Yeah.
Well, we'll talk about data protection, security, online security, which is something that is of concern to a lot of Ghanaians. And also we'll talk about the innovations that we have here, because I'm sure you're also supervising some of them. Yes. This is a lowdown. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back after this and continue the conversation. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Atu-Ozin-Appiah. He's a thought leader on digital innovation. So we're discussing some of the digital innovations in Ghana and how far we've come from the past. Before we even go on to other issues on this, I just want to pick your thought on the win of PRESEC in the National Science and Maths Quiz. I just can't take that one away out of my mind. You know, National Science and Maths Quiz, people are complaining that there's no technology bits in there, and you are more into technology, even though yes, science covers all of that. But what do you make of first the setup of the competition, and then secondly the win of PRESEC?
So I think, to be frank, in Ghana sometimes we complain a lot, way too much. We have to try and reduce it a bit. And a lot of people complain because they don't know. Right? It's a National Science and Maths Quiz. It's not a National Science and Maths and Technology Quiz. Okay? If people want to see technology in a quiz, there are robotics competitions in Ghana. MTN used to have a high school competition, apps challenge, that PRESEC has won a couple of times. So there are competitions, right? So we should need the National Science and Maths Quiz to be.
And it's not because PRESEC won.
It's not because PRESEC won. I mean, personally, I have, through Ghana Think, we've done some work with the National Science and Maths Quiz. We've worked with them on mentoring sessions for high school students, and that has now been put into something that's called the STEM Festival. So a lot of people don't know about this, but I'm sure with time, they'll make more people know about it. With all the sponsors that they have and all of those things. So the STEM Festival has a Science Tech Innovation Challenge, whereby schools are chosen, they come to compete, and then they have to build a technology in under 24 hours. Right? So this is something that the same people who run National Science and Maths Quiz run, but a lot of people don't know about it. Right, so I encourage people to check it out.
I'm happy we are talking about education, because education is very key in digital innovation. Now, a lot of parents have heard that they should take their kids to study coding, because that's where the money is. Others also have been told that as early as 4 years old, they can start doing things. We see the Chinese doing a lot of things. We see even Americans and all the Europeans doing a lot of stuff in terms of digital creation and all of that. Do you think it is the case for Ghana? Because, you know, we have our challenges.
Yeah. At least in the developed countries, the money is in coding. Think of your Googles, your Apples, your Facebooks. In Ghana, not so much. But I think the importance of coding is what it actually teaches students and teaches kids, right? I think it really opens up their minds, and they are able to, you know, grasp other concepts and do better. Right, so I think we should not just look at coding as the kid is learning coding to become a programmer. We should think of it as part of their learning to become a better student or a better professional in the future. So yeah, I think there are lots of different programs and organizations that run coding classes and lessons for people in Ghana. Many of them are even free. Right, whether it's at a younger level. I mean, I know several organizations that are in our network that do these kinds of trainings, and they will normally charge kids of rich people to pay, and then maybe people from underprivileged areas, they wouldn't charge them. Right, so I think people should look out for some of these opportunities and get their children and teenagers to start learning coding.
Is it too early to introduce something like coding or even programming to our basic school curriculum?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, there are coding softwares and games that people can learn even at 4 years old, right? I mean, I have a friend, Florence Toffa, her organization Mobile Web Ghana, they lead this Africa Digital Skills Conference, and her kids started learning coding very, very young. So there are different softwares at different ages. And I mean, basic school, I think we go to class 1 when we are like 6 years old. Yeah, so I think maybe for the curriculum, I think we do have some kind of a ICT subject in basic school.
Well,
so,
I don't know if it's the same one I learned when I was in basic school.
Yeah, I think we do. I know
the drawing of the computer on the board and all of that.
So
because that's
so I know we have one for GSS, which is now class 7 to class 9. I don't know if they have it before class 7. I mean, the drawing on the board and things, I think that's a challenge, right? We need to get to the point where we have devices for kids to be able to use. I mean, we need to have more devices. Like, you can still teach coding on the board just like the way you teach math and you teach science. But I think we would all agree that people need to be able to practice with a device, right? So if even we just have one device per classroom, I think that's a good start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you think that will be a win for the country?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, think of coding. Like, lots of people do remote work as programmers. So if you've gotten to a point where you have several 17-year-olds who've learned how to code and are very good, like, just go to India, they have that kind of thing. All these 17-year-olds can get jobs to do, right? And their jobs will not only just be from people in Ghana, they'll be worldwide. So, absolutely.
Wow. Well, yeah. This is quite mind-boggling for me, because I'm thinking we have school feeding program which we are just feeding and it's very difficult to do.
Yes.
And then now we want to introduce something like coding, and yes, there are jobs and all of that, but are we there yet? Is Ghana there? Can we do it?
Well, maybe the problem is the school feeding program. No, I mean, look, I'm sure we can convince some companies that produce devices to provide devices for many schools in Ghana if we're not corrupt about it, right? And we did it the right way. So I don't think it should be that difficult. You see, for me, if I look at the education system in Ghana, especially the public education system, sometimes it's very hard for different organizations to get in there and help, because there's so much bureaucracy and all of those things. If we cut some of those bureaucracies, we can solve this problem easily.
Yeah. Now let's talk about some of the digital innovations that we have here. I know a lot of people have done so many important things with the digital ecosystem.
Yeah.
However, we don't see them, and only a few people use them. So what have you come across, and what have you also supervised so far?
So in my work at the Cosmos Innovation Center, we train entrepreneurs who are building innovative and commercially driven solutions along the agri value chain. So for instance, one of the companies that has come through our program is called Tractor. And they basically are like an Uber for tractors. So if I am a farmer, I can use a USSD, like a *707# to order a tractor service from you. So maybe you have a tractor, it's not working, as in it's stationary, no one is using it. So I can order that service and then it comes to do the work for me. So these are some of the technologies that people are building. We also have companies that are kind of like building crowdfunding softwares for people in agric like Quidex. We have Tech Shelter that's using technology to be able to automate greenhouses, like, control temperature, control when, plants are going to be watered. So just this in agric space. If you go to the health space, there are several innovations that people are working on. For IoT, there are different organizations that are trying to build in terms of things. So you have the IoT network led by Joshua Otu, that they've built, a number of different types of products. Making them commercial is tough. you know, because we don't have as much people who want to adopt technology, like, which is, I think, that is the bane of the problem, right? If we have more people who want to adopt technology, more of the people who are building these innovations will do well. And then we have automation services like what Clear Space Labs does. So there are a lot of really interesting and cool things that people are building. You know, but we need people to be able to adopt them more. And also, we must say that those who are building these technologies have to be able to build their business sense, right? A lot of the times they are just very technical. They know how to code, they know how to program, they know how to build the product. But taking it to market is quite difficult, right? So either they need to partner with business development people, partner with people who understand numbers, on that side, like finances, or even partner with marketing agencies to help them sell what they're doing. So, you know, I think those are some of the things that,
Isn't that where the government comes in? Because a lot of people are trying to build cars. We see a lot of people trying to build other apps that would make things easier. But we find maybe government giving the contract to people outside the country and not using the locals.
For me, if we depend on government, we won't go anywhere. So I just have to say that as a disclaimer. So we need to be able to go out and sell to not just government. But that said, I think we've seen the governments do better. I mean, for instance, you might have heard about Ghana.gov.gh. So this is something, a platform that is being built by ExpressPay, IT Consortium, and Dream Oval. These are all tech companies in Ghana. Right, and so when we heard that they had gotten that contract, a lot of us were really, really excited because that didn't used to happen. But on the flip side, you know, government business is also quite big business, right? So it's a bit much to ask that a certain Ghanaian tech firm or startup that is not that big comes to take a certain government contract, right? So our tech firms, right, need to be able to show that they can take on bigger work, right, that covers the whole country. And one of the best ways to do this is to do consortiums. So even the example I gave is 3 companies that have come together. It's not one, right? So we need to be able to collaborate more and do these consortiums. And I think especially for startups, startups also need to be able to work with some of the bigger tech firms like your IT Consortium, ExpressPay, Dream Oval, B Systems, SoftTribe. You know, they need to be able to start working with some of them so that when some of these contracts are coming, they can also partner with them to execute some of these things. So we need to build capacity, right? We, you know, I mean, you know, definitely government can do more, but we also need to look at what we can do to ensure that government comes to us.
Well, some of these startups also have some challenges where people take their copyright materials, they take their, how do you call it, the whole blueprint of their creativity. And they are afraid to even share their ideas or even share what their prototypes with other companies. How are they protected?
I'm sure these startups know that this happens in the US as well.
Yes. Yes. I mean, it's a global problem.
It's a global problem. So I think maybe it is harder to fight it here because of the judicial system, because our trademark laws are not as stringent as maybe in the US or in the UK. So that's something we need to improve, right? So,
do you have any system in place besides the law? Do you have any systems in place?
So I don't know as much about this, but the Registrar General can tell us more. I know they have a trademark office and things like that. But for me, what I tell people is, you know, like ideas are a dime a dozen, right? I mean, the fact that Facebook hasn't started it doesn't mean they're not working on it. Okay, so you might come to market first, but maybe they've been working on it. Right, so the key thing is to come to market. If you believe in what you're doing, come out, start selling it, make money. That's the best way to protect your idea, right? And then if you come out and you start selling it and you're making money and someone copies, then you take them to court. It's that simple.
It's so expensive to go to court and time consuming, and you may end up not even having your product back, but then the others are benefiting from
it. Like I said, it's the judicial system in Ghana. So if you're going to come up with something, make sure you're coming out with something that no one can copy. And that is very, very hard. So if you're really good, make it happen.
Well, these are some of the problems we have. People are trying to build Facebook for Ghana. People are trying to build Twitter for Ghana. But it doesn't
People have
work.
been trying to build Facebook for Ghana for a long time.
And it's not working.
I'll tell you why it's not working. It's the literacy. It's that simple. It's literacy.
On the part of the people?
Of the part of people in Ghana.
Okay.
Right? So let's take TikTok. Right? TikTok is newer. Before people started using TikTok in Ghana, they had gotten popular elsewhere. Right? Why did they get popular quickly? Because they are in markets where people have lots of phones, they are digitally literate. If there's something new, they will use it. In Ghana, if you build something new, will people really use it? Right? So if you want to build a Facebook in Ghana, I would totally advise you not to, because you're not going to be as successful as someone who's building this in the US. Right? So you have to build something that would work very well here, like mobile money. Think about mobile money. I mean, mobile money has worked very well here. So there are certain things that can really ramp up well, right? So again, it's business, right? You want to build something cool like TikTok. Is it really going to work just like it works in the US? Not really. But if you do your research and understand what people really need and you build it for them and then they use it, then you're going somewhere.
Well, that's quite interesting. And you said mobile money. Well, something like mobile money, since there's money involved, a lot of people will just latch on.
Yeah.
I think it's about the social conversation and just interaction.
Yeah.
I think that's why people would think, why would I leave Twitter to be on your platform?
So let's give some examples. Like, most of the top apps or tech firms in Ghana are fintech, right? Because there's been a huge issue of payments. That's why ExpressPay is doing well. That's why SlidePay, is doing well. That's why ZPay is doing well, because there was a real need for people to be able to pay people. Okay, if you look at maybe another, M-Pharma is also doing, moving quite well in Ghana. So you have to look at what is working, right? What is going to work? Like, what can you ramp up easily, right? It's not, for me, it's not about building things that are cool. It's about building things that have content, building things that are needed. That's how you make money.
And now some people are also building things around NFTs. What's your take on NFTs?
Okay. So NFT is something quite new. I'm trying to remember. I know there are a couple of cases. I know some South Africans who've been working on NFTs. I think there's someone who is doing that in Ghana, but I don't remember their name. So it's quite novel. It's quite novel. I think the good thing that we can leverage NFTs for is the international market, right? So people can convert different things that are really Ghanaian, right, cultural, into an NFT that would interest people who want to buy those things now. So I wouldn't say it's like a space that everyone should just rush into, but I think there's promise there.
Are you already having an account, NFT account?
Nah. I don't really do NFT.
Yeah.
In fact, it took me a while to even get onto crypto.
So for the education of our audience, NFTs are non-fungible tokens. So they are virtual currencies where you can sell anything from videos or even photos for some virtual currencies, and that currency can also be converted into real currency. So this is a different world and it's new. However, it has its own challenges, and people have complained about the markets going down and losing so much money, and you need to spend a lot to get some tokens. And all
I think that's a bit like the crypto space, right? I mean, they are both relatively new spaces, so there will be some volatility in that sense. So people just have to be. Lots of people who would get into that are people who can take risks, and unfortunately a lot of people who have a lot of money, so they can just go and put some money there and not have to worry about it. But in this economy, we can't go and put the money that we don't need to worry about. So
safety. Now, safety is quite a serious thing for us Ghanaians, and it's one of the things that hinders the interest in digital technology and all of that, where you would have people's emails being harvested, people's phone numbers being taken online. You'll be getting so many messages, and now there are all these clickbaits where you just click and then you are gone. They take everything. They take over your Twitter account. They take over all these things. How are we managing it as a country?
So first, I think we as Ghanaians must take responsibility for this, right, and help people learn this. So when I say that, what I'm trying to say is that in a lot of our networks, right, if people post these clickbait articles or scams, we tell them that these are scams. We educate them about it. We tell them to stop. That's something that we should all do. So I'm just telling this to everyone. Secondly, there's a lot of conversation about cybersecurity, right? So even at the high school level, there's an organization that is helping start and support cybersecurity schools, cybersecurity clubs at schools. There's one at Presec as well. So it's important to support their work so that they can help, younger people understand all these clickbait issues, how to be safe online, so that they can do better. And then thirdly, I think on the government side, there's also like a cybersecurity thing. There are some companies that are also kind of doing this. So we all have to help train around this. And the people who need to help do this the most are those in the tech space, right? Because if people, are not educated about this, they won't really come and use what we build, right? And we need to have a bigger population of people who understand tech. So it's all part of the education, right? So I think those who are tech firms, especially those who are growing, making more money, should probably spend some corporate social responsibility type funding to train people on how to do better things online, how to use online, the internet safely, cybersecurity, how to detect scams, because the scams thing is simple. It's just, they said click here, you're going to get 1,000 cedis, and people who don't know anything better are like, oh, 1,000 cedis, and then they'll go and click, right? So once we educate that, first you won't get 1,000 cedis, so let's let you understand that, and then you're also exposing yourself to scammers and people who can take over your accounts, like you were saying. So it's all education, and I think the responsibility should come with the people in the tech space.
Well, the responsibility should come with the people in the tech space. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are discussing digital innovation in Ghana and the future of the country when it comes to digital innovation. Our guest is Atu Ozin-Apia. We'll be discussing about education, how that is a bedrock to safety online, to the creation of digital tools, and also to the development of the country. And digital innovation has to do with creating these tools to help in economic development, to help in even national development, human development, and all of that. However, we've seen that in Ghana, people are not interested in technology, and it takes a long time before they latch onto it. A lot of people keep saying, I'm not interested in mobile money because I don't want to be duped. Why is my money going somewhere and I don't have access to it? I can't touch it. People say, well, I don't want to be on Facebook because I think that's where people go there to be promiscuous. So I don't want to be there. And then later, they will see that maybe something or someone has created an image or an account in their name, and they rush to Facebook now to go claim it. And even with Ghana Card, a lot of complaints about Ghana Card. Where is our data? Where is it going? All these questions. And as if other countries don't have national IDs. How do we go around this? Because it's an attitude problem.
So I think the GRA launched a service that allows people to pay taxes online or something. So I know the government has done lots of these this, that. I think the key thing is we need to incentivize people to use these platforms, right? Think about the recent case where they said they are launching a SIM registration app and you have to pay 5 cedis to use it. Like why? You are trying to get people to be digital. Why would you charge them 5 cedis to do this thing? So we are not incentivizing digitalization. So we need to fix that. Second, I think so far as like the government is concerned, we need to think about empowering our people, right? And we can empower our people if they know more, can do more, have more skills. So I think we literally need to force people to do government business online and to do government business digitally. And those who do it, reward them. Or those who are struggling to do it, incentivize them. Because it's just going to be better for the government. It's going to make things much easier. We hear a lot about blockchain, right? So I think the government needs to do that. And then we come to responsibility, where for me, the creators and the innovators come in, right? We are not here to just build cool technologies and show it somewhere and show a video. Like, oh, look at this video. This person did some really cool thing. Who is using it? We're not here to watch cool videos. Yeah. We're here to make our lives better, right? And in doing so, we need to be able to build things that people would use and can even afford, right? I mean, for KIC, we work a lot in the agric space. We have people who are building innovations for the farmers all the time. And the things that they are building today, farmers can't afford. So why can't we look at building something that they can? Right? So it's one thing to see a cool technology somewhere in Denmark and want to come and do it in Ghana when people can't afford it. We have to build things that have content. Like, you know, so for me, I'm very passionate about Kumawood when it comes to technology. Yeah. Right? I think the Kumawood industry is very big. Right? We need to be able to build technology in that industry to make it even better. These are some of the things that we really need to be thinking about.
And the problem is, who is going to take that step? Because Kumawood industry, you see their graphics and everything, and people were like, oh, they built a robot. They used a graphic designer created a robot, and you see the robot chasing
but people are watching it.
And people are watching it, actually.
Yeah. So is it the people who have a problem?
Who has to step up? Because we have a lot of these tech people in the space. Yeah. A lot of them need jobs. They are looking for jobs in Google and other places.
I think, you see, the Kumawood thing is interesting because as people are watching it, it's making money, right? So the more it makes money, the more they can afford for that robot that you see that is not built well to spend more money to build a better robot, right? So I think sometimes we have to also look at some of those gains, right? Because you know, we need to use money for some of these things, right? So for me, we need to take tech to where we can make money, make it make more, make it impact more, and then use that to do other things.
Yeah. I'm going to ask this question for, let's say, a class 6 people who watches this interview and wants to be like you. Because yes, you've worked with Google, you've worked with other brands, you've studied technology as well, you've studied so far, I mean, in your life. Yeah. How can a child who wants to be, let's say, a digital entrepreneur, where does he start from? Do you need to study science in secondary school? Does he need to study maybe tech in university before the person can venture into digital space? Yeah.
So first, he or she does not need to study science or tech. Lots of top programmers, coders, developers in Ghana, they did not study computer science at university. They studied optometry or something else. But it's because they learned this on their own. That's what made them really good, right? Because there's also the university issues of how we teach computer science. Okay, like the whole classroom and it's theoretical and things. So they do not need to study science or technology. But I think what they really need to do is read. So if you're a class 6 pupil, you're listening to me, start reading.
General reading or reading?
General reading. Okay. If you get your mom's phone or your dad's phone, go online, read news, read something. Because that will really help them improve and they'll be able to take on more things. If you are particularly interested in technology, there are a lot of videos that, because people like to watch videos, right? Lots of videos on YouTube that you can watch to learn about technology. I mean, there's something called Scratch, which is a software that I think most people at that age use. So watch videos about technology, read, and try and find people around you, okay, who understand technology and work with it. Right. So none of this is studying science and technology, right? It's just reading, watching videos about the things that you need to know, and finding someone around you who understands technology and works with it, so that they can point one or two things to you.
Yeah. And at what point should that person, he or she, start learning whatever they want to do? Maybe they want to go into robotics. At what point should they start practicing it?
Oh, I mean, I think I mean, as early as they can with tools available to them is fine. But if I was to really pick an age, I would probably say when they are in what is, I don't know if it's still GHS or basic school, I think around that time. So class 7 to 9.
Okay.
I think that's a good time, because by then they would have had a good fundamental knowledge from, you know, science, math, up to like class 6. And they can probably take on a lot more things.
Yeah.
So I would say that's probably a good age. But lots of people start earlier. If you have access to the information, to the tools, to the devices, to people, which is very important. People to actually teach you the right thing, right? Because if people are not teaching you the right thing, then you go and click all the clickbaits. So it's very important to get mentors.
And what advice will you give the parents? Where should they take their kids?
Okay, so first, I think parents in Ghana should believe that there are lots of people in Ghana who can help their kids. That's one. So there are several, you know, after-school programs or summer camps, boot camps that they can take their kids to learn some of these things. I also think that, you know, I mean, surely, like, we need to guide our kids online. I think those who build the softwares, those who build the devices are also aware of that, right? Because in countries that are not Ghana, people get sued, right, by parents if their kids go online and do something that's untoward. Okay, so I think those who are building the technology are also mindful of that, and they want to ensure that parents have control to ensure that their kids are learning the right things. So clearly, we need parents to be educated about some of these things as well, and not worry too much.
Well, there are so many resources, like the Ghana Innovation Week, which is an event that comes up every year, and it brings together, you know, people who are in the innovation industry, and they talk about all these things. What do you make of that? And I think you are part of it.
Yeah. So I think the Ghana Digital Innovation Week is, which just happened, is quite important. The thing I love the most about this particular event is that GIZ, which implements it, they invite lots of organizations that are in the digital innovation space to come and organize sessions. So for KIC, you know, there's a session that you know, we worked on. For Ghana Think, for Ghana STEM Network, for the different hubs, you know, they're all, you know, organizing sessions as part of this. So I think it's great that it brings the ecosystem together, and it allows us to be able to share different ideas and talk about what is working as well. So I think the more we have these events, especially ensuring that government is there to listen, not just to talk, because too many times government people just come to events and talk and go away. They need to come and listen and engage and talk to people who are actually working in this space, so that we can come up with solutions that would help Ghana.
So we have the digital innovation champions coming together to speak to people and also to bring up some of the things that are happening within the ecosystem. Well, this is quite great. But you keep mentioning KIC. I think that's where you work. What does that mean, KIC?
Cosmos Innovation Center.
Okay, Cosmos Innovation Center. And that's where you do a lot of innovations. You support.
So we support agri-tech startups like Trotro Tractor, Tech Shelter, AgriMecab, Maku Foods, Farm Estates. There are several startups that are doing very innovative things in the agri space that we are funding and coaching and helping build.
So if someone wants to be funded, do they have to apply to KIC?
Yes, so we have the Agritech Challenge Classic, which is a program that is an intermediate training program. So you have to apply to join that, and then if you go through that program and you do very well, then we would move you on to the Pro, and if you do very well in the Pro, we will give you funding.
Where are they getting the forms from? Do they have to come to your office, or they can get it online?
We are talking about digital, right? So they should just go to our website, kicghana.org.
Okay.
And especially check out our Facebook page, Twitter, Instagram. For me, I like when people use social media. So please check out our social media, engage us there. And yeah, let's help, build better businesses.
Will a fufu pounding machine qualify for such, or it doesn't fit?
No, a fufu pounding machine is innovative. It fits under the agri sector.
Oh, it does.
Yes,
I know you get a lot of applications from fufu pounding machine innovators, but there are so many of them. I see some with the wood. I see some with just a grinder. And you see so many of them.
I mean, it's exciting. I haven't used the fufu pounding machine before, but I think it's really exciting that there are more of these in the system, and I know some people who use them. So it's great. I think gradually we're introducing tech and innovation in many aspects of our lives, and it's going to make our lives better.
And indeed, people are doing so many things, but it's just how to commercialize them. That's the problem. And I think with your organization, some money can come in to commercialize it, and I guess you give some direction as well as to how to fund it and grow it, to make it a world-class tool for people.
I mean, a company like Trotro Tractor, they are currently in Ghana, they're in Nigeria, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Togo, Benin. They've grown, right? We need to have startups like this that don't work only well in Ghana, but able to grow to the point where they are elsewhere. So more of them as we work on all of these things.
Do you have any final words before we go?
Well, I would say that digitalization is good for us. we need to embrace it. We need to embrace technology, and it could really take us far, right? It could make us very competitive as Ghanaians and as a country. And then I also just want to speak to all the folks out there who are building digital innovations, going ahead, taking the risk. More of them to them. Let's get better at it. Let's build things that people will use, that we can make money from. Let's build things that are world class, right? That can challenge everywhere, so that we don't have just customers in Ghana. We have customers in Togo, we have customers in Rwanda, we have customers all around the world. And let's believe we can do it. And then maybe lastly, we need to support great Ghanaian things. Right? If Ghanaians are doing something good, please let's support them. We need that to grow. Like, we really need that to grow. That one is, I'm even begging. I'm even begging.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Clearly, let's support Made in Ghana innovations. Let's build world-class products, and let's also be very commercial at building our products. These are the words of our guest, Atu Ozenapia. We're discussing the digital innovation in Ghana and the future, where Ghana is right now in digital innovation. Thank you very much for watching this episode of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and also on all of our digital platforms. My name is Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
tornado say eye Abeku Santana kwaka se Miss Bell former artist ne say nti obekire no bosomi ayedwe buruwom na watwin so Celestine Doko so be siw eye Sally for defamation ne sembi kwaka fa no ho na watwi dia na BV pese peja won homre so nkomo ne de bebre na amabro ni mabeide na maba nkomo ho GhanaWeb TV nkomo eku atwi ko brema e entertainment industry trends social media trends ni ade na celebrity just fellas ni nyina ma ba se me ba be chire chemu we de yen semre kwase na ye mamuda no ye ntwan ho na ye koba nsem ni nyina ma be san egu ho amam ayo mema wakwaba enkomo ho na chese wani gusu a wasu gusu a nso a wutie na watwe de ensem ni de bebre kwa na mama ye sha senfi eye Abeku Santana versus Miss Bell ya free court case ya bedi asem no eye Abeku Santana ne eye artist be ye friend Chief One I will say he's very talented otununwom eye igbemu ne ade one of the very best that say ye kase ye hwe krom ha say young artist awobon homodin Chief One bebo ni di aka ho no kopiem o OKFM na on Abeku Santana ye inti ba me de me hwe video ne critically a o de later me de bed bra ba ma men to ankomo no so na ya Abeku bisa no se no nyom to ni be no person ni ye adwuma na Chief One so o person ni Miss Bell ye adwuma e na Abeku se hina Miss Bell former artist na ni be ye adwuma na say a video you call viral na tornado kuhui e na Miss Bell so kuhui na anya tornado de one say na adam fo chocho mucho ni Miss Bell e na otwe camera scene so no say wo Abeku Santana woni hina obe frame Miss Bell so ye from so ukase Miss Bell atwem Miss Bell abone bra we produce hit after hit o say what the Miss Bell gina ho na wo de wo Abeku Santana gina wa enye wa afa ene Miss Bell ntumi fa ho ntoto no ntumi nkase Miss Bell ho atwem na eje obetutu bi man ne ade tornado kan ho say eye delay o say time no share eyi ne brass wo eye industry mu delay ka kire onu no tornado say onipa ba ko industry won hwe ne hu so ye power ne hu eye Abeku Santana o kire mo no chese opo bi obese wo obekeka ho asem bedidi wase a eye Abeku Santana o say delay ka kire ni so hwe ne hu na mi se wona na tornado sempo say delay ka kire wa se ne da say wa danfo bi wadanfo no otufu nti ada na fe de mne over years na asema ba person o refer bia na delay you kro odwen ho but wa onim se krom ha de bia be reference we say wona wo kan say nti oda betudwa e na Miss Bell na nka se opemu no nipa na ya Abeku aka ne ho asem e call Facebook live no twe camera scene so na se o shekente bia o ase o de efra na o te eye ni playground honom no de kire se ha nyina ye ne de nya se Miss Bell chima wa abone brapa no se wo Abeku wo enye wo start say wo time wo didi mase enye no o say some time ago bi eye stop illegal connection be ka say Miss Bell ye enwom bi and also eye ni ECG focus o pese o ye sa eye campaign say na be ya won a wo ye illegal connection be educate won say won jai say eye ECG for ase na say wo start a campaign o say Abeku Santana two car fi ni fi say ni office be o no poor o de ni chere ECG office ko ka kire won say ye pani pa mana ya ade ye pa de tenten de aso ade tietia aso ade ayade anka ye kan Miss Bell nti say won je mfi ni nsem na anka won fa mo bi te say sa akode ana Yvonne Nelson na Miss Bell so bi o pehin bi o ECG o friend ka se hwe Abeku ni say no abeka fa ho te so no podi anya ne nwa akosa Abeku yo bi a o share ni career sen say one trata na say anya no yes boss ni say nti ni hu ye nehi te say o say nya ne nkon o ko interview kwa Abeku be bisa ne question bi a Miss Bell be kana kwakoti obi na so o se sanya mani nyina na oyo beto this then time so kono interviewer o mboni nwum obeba other musicians we cause on fa na nyehwe o se OKFM na so kwa Abeku interview bia esa ne so odo wo my father Dixon ntia no kwanye ti sa Abeku nti o kan sem bebre fan ho san so kan ho se shata wale nsem odi beto just some gatekeepers no ye dream killers o chema e opportunity ba kwa obeka se o na fa komo bi foforo no o chema ye no kware ankasa o chema Abeku Santana yo bi o be sabotage o into ama eye Miss Bell ama eye artist young artist for one in pass mu hwem huye mu ba Abeku be so me pese me boa o se obenya ho adidi akase ono na oboa wo daache ni ntia na oye sanso se won hwe ho huye pa ba asam ne de eye bebre Miss Bell kaka ho enkomo no mbra ba ko ho mbetie okaka ho se Abeku wenya aboa na anre ni nti wonam na okeka se ne ho bonwo kire ma ase wenya na anre no tana ye kan wenya na afa na echi an kafem nti na aye sa bia won pe na asem she doesn't belong to your camp na mafu bisa say it means over so che say aya won Abeku Santana so ma ware won ana ene de ye question for the gods but asemi eye Miss Bell versus Abeku Santana they say the tornado so abebe involve no ho midimani de echi pefe enkomo no ne bebe echi bia ma brother so nim se na ye mamodano meba na mababa be chire ni nyinemu.
Do you have in mind any artists that you want to feature or do collaboration with?
For now, I think it's Miss Bell.
Huh?
Miss Bell. I want to feature Miss Bell. That's all.
Miss Bell.
Yeah.
Former artist Miss Bell.
Yeah.
Na saya tuasa na watchi aya Saliman and be friend is Saliman say na obebo ni bia entertainment pande female te say wako bia te say o be sine boa ka asem no a Sally say do no no te say wo kire ma te say very controversial na okoka ansem bi fa Celestine Donko gospel musician na anya ne de na ne management Kofi Donko eye ne kuno sanso ye ne manager a kire mu say eye be bia okotena platform na okotena hoka asem na ye Power FM won twe won hu nsinchen na won eye Sally endi te say wo kire ma wo be say wo see for defamation in some na wo kan wo kire ma wan kan ye we gu on artist ni ma say eye Celestine Donko na ansem ni mu kire mu ni Sally koka say eye Empress Gifty hopes na do ye Empress 1 eye na eyu oye ne na ne grandma do ke bebi na ne sister penya wo koye wo takrade no o kire ma wo Celestine Donko owu yi be wan fa phone da ba kumpo amfre na nkan so oh menwa Empress we dey shedding we dey ato ade ato we ni nti we dey kafra eye Sally kire ma eye some time ago Empress Gifty try ticket plane ticket fi Ghana ha ko US ko support eye wo Celestine Donko na your program ni nyina mu wenje o ka prempo anya se sempoa te se pes one po wenje o ni nya na modo order ma o ka se se mu support nti ono no ni way o be support eye Celestine na se ne sister ewu a wan friend ni pan ka hwe na se wo koye yi kura Sally chema wan ko yi na ya koye yi na asem ko enkoda ne baby a Sally chema wo Celestine esa ne se wo se yi ni training se na gift be ka training no trending nti wo fa pictures na post wo eye wo social media platform to chema sa to ba na odedi na ye nya atwom ai wo kire mu krampo se ono Sally se ofre eye Empress Gifty na Empress ka kire ni se eye Celestine tumi anfa phone po anka nche so we die menua hyeden na se me kwa ba na sa na mafu kika unim se we die eye something is goes against eye Celestine brand eno senti na eye ne managers akbeka se some na Sally kind it was defamatory nti Power FM for eye station okwa assassin won twi ohun si wo na won tumi ani ndi na ye ka body asemi aye mama sewa actress aye mama sewa ena betu dwa so aye tete se nkofo ka so wa aye ni body yibi wa frɛ mu ni ade ko so hwe se na tete ni sisi na komu na se na ni body ne te no ase emu aye den kakra na mama sewa so she's growing onya abofra biom 23 de wanyi nti o so no kwata ma oye younger no nkita body sabe se de o hwe body na hu se etemu ankasa o chema she ope exercise gym yo ko gym e ko exercise nti se hu body ni sa na enye se bia wako under the knife no waka kwatwe fat na akoko hyehyɛ bebi se na ya moka ne ma se wase on enhance ni body o so kaka hu se so bia so person enhance ni body it's just by choice or your no any personal decision it's mama fan ne didi ndo chema ye ni senior colleague ye na mama Meg Brown body your beka so enhance nkofo se ye na de na ukọ yes so no aka so your bia warifo wa wo ba area oni scan so person enhance body ni a it is allowed it's ma me kire ma mama nka se wa twetwe fat akoko hye bebi o chema anye sanet na ya twaso de na watwi de krom ha ye hye Ghana fu se ye ho kire yen asem ne de no sam no kware won to se bi de se nyeme ma ye din chese o ka se o koto ade na wotwa ho basisi abeba na wa to so na tisema fu ka se grade fu mu bu ye ngana se dole ye akosuru nti ye no kware se mototo nyama se ba se de mu aye remo men kan dada o nti won na ma bi to a pomode na koto no be ye se bag ma na chese wo betoto nyama makasa bo nyansu na ebi na ye kwan ye ken na Chema, Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta say yejino into obia na Ken must go aye NPP for our Parliament majority caucus kwa yes some a press conference bi no Chema na do mra so say obesa ake aye Ken Ofori-Atta cause manfu ka Chema na adwumadi na nkoye ije say wo sake na je say wo probi obesi na mo betumi abo ma economy na jane na so na ye de any trekom ha celebrities be bread won ato nsa ensem ye koso imu na aye Kwame A+ aye na ba na moa ode na no di sembe to Chema wo Ken Ofori-Atta say wo conscience na say wa dream to me bu foot say ade a wo ye nyi na say wo san so se na wo ka say wo yo Kristo ni na enen ka wo anka be resign Chema ye nka say yen sake wo ye ba besi ne on resign ye wo Chema pema penyin ni krache mama man some time no fa nye na adwuma na so wia eno no ankasa baka so ene ken wa ba ye bia wa ye bia ntie giant na je se wa ma nako na ye bridge kwade na anu tum je sensem ni de bebre na watwi de ken no for ata ho afa na ankasa na ye kan se na o me ma ye din eye general tatia ai obeka ya 2020 o kan celebrities na work campaign ma NPP no chire ma akwa ye se o ma na tete apansam na ni post bi o make wo Facebook no chire ma akwa ye te se NPP ni NDC nyina wonyina woni eyi adwen papa bia ma mind there's no one betumi aka so be develop obi abokita ne campaign promise esa ne say chop di bi ma mindi binti nti o chema say dey say be ye dey na just say bia two parties one aka won ti abu na just one per solution but wonyina wo bade bia o pese waka so NDC pese waka say NPP fo nyeye na just say one to ma but eye general tati a kire ma wonyina eye chop nkoa 2020 elections aye toya na na dodan Akufo-Addo bedi odi nkan wo be ye campaign onipa ba ko campaign man ni mu odin samini na be kaya otwa campaign so say hu na aye amani mo boy aka sa anyum no obo man na dodan Akufo-Addo no chire ma say de dollar na ebru cedi o so mani mu aye den wo se na bibi ankoyo enkoye kura ba ko guru na ebu onnyum afedi enkoye kura ne senti samini ma oso be kasa emiso de nyom bi ahye ho no ma che se nche ko ba be release na mafu so samini wa ya de e wo mu se wa na wo ko jeska ono garafo wo chire ma wo ko jeska ko ye campaign hu ye da nkasa na ye pa se enkoye ni wan kasa wa fi upe ma ba be ka kosa enso ta poncheni a oje wo inti samini kasa wa kasa ye panti ye hwe ni ye nim se nyom ko e samini ba be tudwan se ye de song se ye call to action ye na ye nim ba ye hwe ni pa ba mafu chire ma wo samini wo nya atwem diskana tafre won se wie ti afedo abegina ye se e bia won so wo bre bi krampa scan bebre gusu tawo bank aka ma se oho onipa na na efi ni pem ye na ye bre mu se celebrity senso kasa wo kwasa so mo se bue aya wo pressure too much aya mo nya botema wo de mo ma ye ntwa ye ho ensem de bebre etefie ta bank mo ma ye ntwa ye ne se koba ama broni nkomo no ma be sang ni nyina egu ama akwa ban komo on GhanaWeb TV na just say when you go so just say you say me church mu nsema akoso e entertainment industry details am de nyina ba betudwan na mo ya to aso de ye Glitz Fashion Week and Claudia Lumo new program ya ye ando na ye akode da akogu na onipa ba akwa ye hu ne dress na just say Akufo-Addo hey sister e de ni kwochere ho na say Akufo-Addo so amafuche me Akufo-Addo so aye biem mo be kai kosiata album listening ya Akufo-Addo ya wo chema de ni nufu kwochere ne ade ya wo ba she na lawyer Morris ampa wo chema kasa say watching cause we promoting nudity na wo keka ye de akokugu ba e me say Akufo-Addo asem na mo kan e fa na so echi wan tekron team case ye ordinary kwochere ye Glitz Fashion Week na not front row na dressing bi pan some pink slit skirt bi na say one pie fi habesi ha say na just so show legs body on body na enya no nko an atare bi o she na say eye bralette na is metallic na nufi embe transparent tape yi bi keke no de atare so mu say bibia na ejina so ni mafo say Akufo-Addo as Ghana for kasa wuntie but akoye say eye ne lifestyle she's the AIDS girl say mo man ho kwan no nya ne opeda mafo chema Akufo-Addo say unya abocheka kaba me say me chemo no akasa mo say stay Brooklyn lifestyle no da be guarantee more allow no why Akufo-Addo who fans am hu say social media workers we dey for more for Akufo-Addo na ye Glitz Fashion Week yankasa na Akufo-Addo formally na friend Ghana slay queen as na mo be corrupted term ni slay queen after dem akwa something bad ye ko bia na nko slay or that so slay e de na Akufo-Addo na Fashion Week no de ni copy ho no ne man as a ninja look be black on black na just some photo na won ho aye fan kasanti say that be ni kon wa hu na mafotem say na mutumi ho me ni ade na me so mutumi ho me 100% na Glitz Fashion Week there was a display of African designers Ghana and so designers be agresi ho no na me use models ne there it was on point Miss Pentilene na nom ni na won so we take it to the runway just fan kasanti ye ka say mo amobo modern dress on point no next year so mu san so nhemu nchene Na so follow a Hollywood star Lupita Nyong'o a social media. Obe won say na what you share some athari black be it was a black dress. Now it was very unique, it was very nice. Me say me catch you say a Ghanaian designer Duaba sewa ene put it that unique look ni together. Na me anka me follow a Lupita a Instagram. Me hu atare na Duaba sewa she has a signature. Me hu na me so we dey a Duaba de na me hu say nkofo ka ho asem na say Ghana fo ni say basa ni dey support your own is one of our designers and who say all clothing a Nollywood style. No man focus on Duaba why the design there is very nice. And you know kwan or share just say it was so nice na ye ni gente ya say it's about time. Of course our designers they are the best and the main can that out they are the best we can have yeah but globally and say one moment they are more style one no way is the first time you say Nollywood star be and I say international a celebrity be share entire wash and da. So yeah, the any check come up say pioneers just a rap artists I say when the car I say they were on point yeah be kan okra Tom David the back up, David the single one. Kasa Harry de just say, then times on artist one Kasa, just a year to chairman and Kasa. Now was Nyombi or yes, some hit song, you know, get money or feature a year radio stone crowd. So Chirima, this is the time on one Kasa at Sassy Ashes to the video for Sa hit song ever be to ja. Now, yeah, they with the idea to just say, it was some Nyombi about releases is yet to be released, and no co feature a year Sarkodie and Stone Boy, and also other ones be a new crop of artists on 1 year, Jumanti. David is all launch. A comeback into the music industry and just say ni mankasa say baby bia say e becho ba say David one of the hardest hardcore rappers in the history of Ghana music. I now watch answer na my brother story so me say me this sad story etwato eye ye wo na yenya information be say eye tema hina waka bebi ni din e friend eye ni aje crack the second waka bebi nti na yi hu hyehyeye a wodi todwa na wo kire ma wo bedum light na eye on October 26 no nti say from 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. wo bedum light as a blackout total blackout e wo tema na wodi say be beto na man fu ma ne fa hine kosi ada na mo bedum light mu say be affect lives ne fa never go see ebinim say one traditional leaders na enya adwen na maintain me ho ase na say some people to take to social media na watch re won adwen ebinim nsusu twema memory say mu di so na yi na Dr. Agotete ayo no no ware broadcaster Bridget Otu editor just so mo amoka say tradition na ya cake na fa na kosi month mo ho ase o say mo hwe na say mu ntumi na ha mo mo park mo nyama mo sesa mo nyama na mo fin kran krom ha na mo nkom krom ai mo say tradition ya cake no dey say me to jana say na ada na wokasa sa na ye na ye di enho na ye di ye twa ye ECG bills ya de ona ye say ye ni nje move no ho ada na babeka che say ye park ye nyama na nkonti say social media Twitter de na wo set agenda man wo de be me ma Dr. Agwo de me man won so wokasa o Dr. Agwo ye na wo ya adwin form more for Dr. Agwo won so wo kind but eye blackout ya wokasa be koso wo tema na koso course one kasana just say one na why you say ahoma so 247 say nka wo bu directive no so fa nweni ase ankasa an go say chema traditional rulers one mra adwuma okrom ha say ankasa na what trade am abroni ho la la ensem de na theater bank they say be break kwama twemu nyina onu say na me de kasa me de be mamono me twemu fake is on point be ye say bia ye bosirim count they be correct authentic news an news say degree kwakoye PhD na me abem na that say na what trade dey ni me sanso me ni didi nyama echi say na be ko bia ma be twema mam me da mase pa say mo hwe enkomo on Ghana Web TV mo follow me social media handles Paula Mabuna just say ye ntala makram.
It's not just about the finance minister. It's about the presidency. He is the chief appointer. If you appoint people and they fail, the blame dawns on you. When the economy was doing well in 2017 and the dollar was stabilized, the vice president came to take the credit and then listed the economic management team, Professor Jamba for Osakoto, Osefriye, just name Alanche Manting, Osafo Mafo. And now things are not going well. You are not mentioning the economic management team.
When I look at the economic management team, it is quite clearly a fantastic team. Professor Jambafo, Dr. Akutose, Dr. Afriye Akoto, Honorable Alan Chiramanting, Boachi Ejako, Ken Oforiata, Senior Minister Yao Osafo Mafu. What a solid team.
What is most important, my colleagues, is that you need to develop the appetite and the habit to learn. There's a belief that we don't stop learning until we are dead and gone. If there's one advice you need to pick from this gathering, it is the need for you not to stop learning. I'll use somebody as an example. Some weeks ago, there's this footballer called Bra Lai, walked into my offices. Lai Kingston. Lai, be up and stand, please. Lai, I am proud of what you have achieved. So Lai is somebody I know very well, because when he was playing for the U17 of Ghana, I was a practicing journalist. And I used to visit their hotel all the time looking for opportunities to interview. At that time, this gentleman didn't know how to use a computer. Lai Bimali. So I'm not lying.
From Bukom.
From Bukom. But beyond his footballing career, he decided to pursue a career in coaching. And Lai realized that, look, to be a coach in our times, you need to be computer literate. What did he do? He looked for opportunities to educate himself. When Lai walked through the door into my office, he had a laptop. I was like, Charlie, this guy, Minibona. I'm wild. Can we give it to him, please? Please. Lai, I started Lai to serve as a motivation to all of you who want to venture into coaching. Education is key. If you don't educate yourself, you cannot be a good coach. If you don't educate yourself well, you cannot be a top coach. And if you are not a top coach, you cannot work for Ghana. Sorry, that's the truth. We shouldn't stop educating ourselves until the Almighty God has taken all of us away. When you educate yourself, we, led by my good self, will open the doors for you. Believe me, if you are good, you are good. Kosha, Usha. Wasa. But if you are good, you will have the opportunity.
Last night, 29th October 2022, reports emanating from here at the Amasaman Lorry Park at La Paz in Accra was that some passengers had a little bit of confrontation with drivers here as a result of the recent increment in transport fares. This incident is said to have resulted in a clash between a passenger and some conductors as well as drivers here, resulting in the passenger being assaulted. The report says that this passenger died after being knocked and hitting his head on the ground. Having been here this morning, we have been trying to speak to some of the drivers and conductors who were here, and even though they are tight-lipped, some who have spoken to us on condition of anonymity have confirmed the incident.
According to sources, on no board, and I meet you from 84 off,
Akufo-Addo, I did it before.
Me now, me around. One more around. I don't know. Tola, but oh, now the question is now around. Now, if you say 1 minute around, Daniel, Bajola, 1 minute. The question is now around. Na nipa no Martin nka da ya ball na na monti so far I omo kan se dem wo e ru kan bi tna ba because ye as the going to any kan se so bia see na ma na enye so ko Sunday entinu dem mo ba ni se penifo no ba betenenu penifo no bi ani se nya aye no omo se ni so me say na me ni anti me to me for this say winner but I say penya me so mi wa hanu kakra me to me ka tell saka o be cha na ma be ko ama penifo no be ya announcement your mic wa I afraid Javers ni notify ni na ga to mo onu ye be hu say ye dia nura bookers no porters no mu extra ticket ni omo jiji balabala no omo o si inu won ja mi se ni na ka pe ni fonu ayin gba ti omo me to me
with drivers and mates here at the La Paz GPRTU of TUC office tight-lipped about this situation, those who have opened up a bit to us have directed that we speak to their leadership. However, being the weekend, the office is closed and therefore we are unable to get any statements from the leadership here. However, those who have spoken to us maintain that the victim in this situation did not die and walked away a very strong person. The person who reported this issue on social media is however giving a conflicting report as he is confident that he saw the man lose his life as a result of this incident. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, George AC.
Sexual rights and human values bill that is being handled by the committee. Definitely, we'll pass it before the next election. We'll pass it. That bill will go through. Yes. You see, when we talk about human rights, we are talking about things that will add value to the human being by way of creating opportunities, of creating an equal playing ground, of giving some privileges and rights to each and every one of us, of removing all the restrictions and hurdles to make you more freer. That's what we call human rights. Anything negating from that cannot be a right. It cannot. And don't forget that rights go with responsibilities. And duties go with obligations. It's not just, even the Almighty God in heaven, he has rules. And that's why that boy called Lucifer, when he went against the rules, God dealt with Lucifer. And Lucifer was cast down to the earth. And we gave him the name Satan. We don't call him Lucifer on earth. We call him what? Satan. And his boys are the demons, the principalities, and the devils. Huh? So please, that one, we Ghanaians, we are going to determine what we know as human rights. I mean, I've been going outside, I've got a lot of reports from people and outsiders talking about so many things. You know, in US, you can tell your father, don't be stupid. And that is accepted. Ghana, that is an abomination. It's not the same. Some people pretend that one man, one wife. Yet they have concubines. That is acceptable. Okay? And so, don't let's go further.
Sometimes some of you are negative. And if you know me, you know I don't mince words. I say it as it is. A few days ago, I listened to Akufo-Addo. And please pass on the message to him. He is a member of the FA. He serves on one of our committees. His negative comments is not for the good of the sport. I'm saying that his negative comments is not good for the sport. Our Black Stars will shine at the World Cup. Yes, Papa. Yes, Papa. Positive mindsets win all the time. When you are negative, you don't win. You find excuses. One excuse to the next excuse to the next excuse. Let us be positive minded. Let us be positive here. It's only when you are positive that we can win. Again, let's go back to our two battles against Nigeria. The country stood up in support of a common foe. What happened? We were victors. Just look at where our Black Stars have come from. It got to a point we didn't have quality. Gradually, over time, you see a good team shaping up. It is that time that all of us must throw our weight behind the team. Who was the coach that qualified Ghana to the World Cup recently? Who was the coach? Tell me, who was the coach? John Mensah, who was the coach?
Our own.
Is not who? Is it not Otto?
Our own.
Was he a part-time coach or a full-time coach? Sorry. Let's be positive. Let us be positive. What is full-time and part-time and whatnot? BBI yenim. Being supportive of a national cause is being with the colors in bad times and in good times. This is what I expect from each one of you, from John Pencil to Prince Tego to The Rock, to each one of you. Even when things are bad, be positive. Be positive. Because if we were negative when you were playing, you wouldn't be called The Rock. You wouldn't be called the Prince of Goals. You wouldn't be called Nilamte. Let's be positive.
It took us a lot of efforts to turn the brain drain into brain gain. And we got a lot of our professionals, including in the health sector, to come back home. It was very deliberate policy of government. And people were even sent out to search for good brains and experts to come back home. And that is how Dr. Frimpong Boateng and Co were brought back to Ghana, and then the cardio center was established for them to operate. I was a minister for health before, and we did that, and Ghanaians were coming in their numbers. We had a lot of them. They are not only gone back, but even the young ones we are training, they are gone. Since my visit to a number of countries, some have found time to meet me and to complain about why they are leaving. The doctors and the health personnel are trained to save lives. They are not trained to sit down helplessly and see people just die in their hands. You know the effect on them? Every day you know I can save this life, but because of just lack of oxygen. And it just happened, is it last week or last 2 weeks, when one of our former members died like that at Kolobu Hospital because the oxygen got finished. You know? Yeah, so some of those things is really affecting the health personnel, and they think that no, I can't continue this way because you are shortening your own life. And for the lack of these tools and also the conditions of service, they are compelled to find greener pastures somewhere. And some go there to train, and then they see what is over there, and they come. Ghana, we are lucky. We are ahead of a number of countries in Africa when it comes to the health sector. We are actually ahead in terms of personnel and in terms of infrastructure and logistics. And they are looking up to Ghana. And what we simply need is just to invest in that. You know, sometimes when I see us spending so much money on the civil works, my heart bleeds. That's not where the focus should be. The focus should be the working tools and the condition of service of the workers. And they will attract it to become a tourist center, health tourist center, like Dubai is now. Americans come to Dubai for treatment. People from UK, from all over the world, they come there because they just identify that as a better gold than what we have and invested in it.
Following the Second World War, to move beyond global conflict to global cooperation. Today, our organization is being tested like never before. Today, the United Nations is built for moments like this. Now more than ever, we need to bring to life the values and principles of the UN Charter in every corner of the world. By giving peace a chance and ending conflicts that jeopardize lives, futures, and global progress. By working to end extreme poverty, reduce inequality, and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. By safeguarding our planet, including by breaking our addiction with fossil fuels and kickstarting the renewable energy revolution. And by finally balancing the scales of opportunity and freedom for women and girls and ensuring human rights for all. As we mark UN Day today, let us renew our hope and conviction in what humanity can achieve when we work as one in global solidarity. Unquote. Your Excellency Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the UN Development System role in Ghana is to serve Ghana as a catalyst in the process of development and in the march towards the achievement of prosperity, sustainability, and the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, the UN on this important day recommits to supporting Ghana and providing catalytic and transformative assistance that will enable Ghana recover from global challenges, build back better, achieve the SDGs, and achieve its own stated and clear vision of self-reliance.
So these are all suggestions that we can consider. There are many things that we can do to claw back control of our economy and resolve the cyclical busts and booms we have suffered all these decades. The NDC 2020 manifesto contained many of such bold proposals that can move our country forward. These include the Big Push infrastructural plan, whose major plank was for the implementation of critical and relevant self-financing national economic infrastructure to facilitate our rapid socio-economic development. Currently, with the imminent IMF program, aspects of this program where priority was given to self-financing projects will be relevant in our present circumstances. Also, a well-labeled, tabled, and widely agreed consultation can approve a 10-year priority investment program. The Atuabo gas plant and the Otokunor International Airport Terminal 3 projects are examples of this model of self-financing infrastructural projects. They are yielding benefits for our nation even as we speak, and they are generating revenue and paying for themselves. These policy proposals remain as relevant today as they were at the time that they were formulated in 2020. And this government is free to adopt some of these measures as and when they please, as we have outlined tonight to save our country. In building the Ghana we want, we must all put our shoulders to the wheel. We in the NDC value the mandate that is bestowed on us periodically to govern this country, and we do not intend to ever abuse it whenever we're given the privilege by Ghanaians to form any future government. In the interim, we'll continue to play our role as a viable and responsible opposition party that keeps government in check and holds them accountable to the people. It is in that spirit that we have outlined the above measures to help resolve the economic mess we are in and bring some respite to the good people of Ghana.